And okay, testing.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
And go back
This
to
is a test of the streaming system and its audio capabilities.
Okay, are we ready, team, so we can get through tonight?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm just like, no, everybody's perfect today, actually.
Yeah, I'm back since.
Okay.
This experience is done. Highlight them as a must
I
return.
still have a little PTSD potentially.
Oh, sorry.
It's all okay. It's August.
It is.
You know, half the municipalities in British Columbia have stopped even meeting, I think, for the rest of the term until after the election, at least some of the big munis, so.
Really?
Having a meeting in August seems to be peculiar. Anyways, but here we are, August, our one meeting of the month, and it's a regular meeting. And I'd like to welcome everybody and call the meeting to order and acknowledge the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Tnawa, the Silks, and the Snacks people, and is home to the Métis and many diverse Aboriginal persons. We honor their connection to the land and rivers and respect the importance of the environment to our strength as a community. I received no late items before the meeting, so if I could ask for an adoption of the agenda as circulated, moved by Councillor Lochtenberg, seconded by Councillor Payne. All those in favor, opposed, and that carries. There are no previous minutes to adopt at this meeting, so we will go right into item number 6, which is some workshops, educational session, and we're gonna start with council code of conduct, and then we'll be doing the council correspondence and action item list. And I would like to then ask Sarah to take the hot seat at the end of the room.
Hi, everybody.
And our communications person, Stephanie.
Yes, this is Stephanie, our communications coordinator, and she is joining me to talk to you guys about the communications during election hour. So basically, I've pulled out from the code of conduct bylaw. That's your bylaw. So today, I will provide a brief overview of communication expectations during the 2026 election period for the City of Nelson from the Council Code of Conduct bylaw. The purpose is not to limit legitimate communication about city business, but to ensure communications remain non-partisan, respectful, accurate, and clearly separated from election campaigning. Election periods create additional responsibilities for council members and appointees. The principles of integrity, accountability, respect, and transparency continue to apply. Our goal is to protect public trust and maintain a clear distinction between municipal governance and election activities. The first point to remember is that the Code of Conduct does not stop applying during the election. In fact, additional communication restrictions are layered on top of the existing expectations. The campaign period begins 28 days before general voting day. So for the 2026 local general election, that is September 19th through October 17th, which is general voting day, October 17th. During this period, members must be especially mindful about how you communicate, what resources you use, and how you separate your official role from campaign activities.
Councillor Payne has a question.
So I guess that was my question. So members, that's councillors are the members that you're referring to here?
Yep.
Applies to members, council
Members, yep, of council,
appointees.
yep.
And can you just give me an example of a council appointee?
So anyone on the APC or the CDC, so the Cultural Development Committee or the Housing Committee, or would be, ask me that again.
I'm just, so a council appointee is someone who's on a City of Nelson committee.
Yes.
Okay, and
Yeah.
the
So it would be-
advisory body members.
So like the
Those are-
APC, library board,
Okay, so
board.
just the different committees have different designations as far as
So-
what their members are called.
Yes, so for example, Councillor Pinheiro is the council representative on the library board.
But I'm also just a counselor.
But you are a
so it
counselor as
doesn't-
well. Yep.
What we've also appointed.
Yeah,
Yes, but and separate people from counselor.
So we've appointed people, or so are
As
all
council.
members of the library board covered under the?
So for,
I just wanna make sure I'm clear on the definitions, 'cause like,
okay,
it was the members that threw me, cause I didn't see counselors or mayor counselor
You
mentioned in
are-
this.
as council considered a member of council. So, and this presentation is speaking to appointees or members of council.
and it would apply if another member of the library board who's appointed perhaps would run for council, then they have to differentiate between if they're talking about the library or they're talking about the election or whatever.
Or, yes.
And just to go broader to that is, there is a member of the public that's running, that's on the, that intends to run, that's on the police board, and that it's even more restrictive there, so he's had to withdraw from any, police, meetings. So he can't even attend, a meeting until after the election, so gets elected to council, then he's off, doesn't get elected to council, then that person can continue on the police board, but right at the current time, is not, a working member of the police board.
What about staff who decide to run for council? They're in the same situation. What would they be under? Are they members, council appointees, or?
This is specifically for council.
Okay,
Or
so
council
this,
appointees.
that code of conduct doesn't
So
apply.
the code of conduct,
No, the council's code of conduct's not applying
Gotcha.
to our
Thank you.
staff. They would be just like a other member of the,
A candidate.
yeah, another candidate. You know, as far as, you know, we've certainly given directions from our staff. You also represent the city of Nelson, and you are not to, you, as a private citizen, yes, you could. We advise you probably shouldn't, but you certainly on city time and just the perception that people know you're a city employee, so you probably should not get involved in someone's campaign or we'd recommend not even to actively, be campaigning for someone or promoting someone, just because it's hard to, separate those two hats. It doesn't mean you can't, as long as it's clear you're not on city time talking to somebody in the lunchroom or a citizen in the street or anything like that. But if you are strictly in your off time, you can. We recommend you don't, but
I'm
if
talking
you ran,
about
then you
a
would-
staff member running for council.
if you ran, then again, when you're working for the city of Nelson, you can't be out campaigning on city time and
Yeah.
and just, right?
Yeah.
But yes, you're.
And our policy would be they would have to, if they were elected, they'd have to,
Yeah,
Yeah.
likely resign, I don't know how
Can't be
you.
an employee and a counselor.
No.
Yeah, I'm not sure on
no,
that.
you cannot, you have
No.
to take a leave of absence
absence,
to
yeah,
run, and then
Oh, to run. Okay.
and then a
as
leave
an
of
employee,
absence
and
to,
you make a decision.
it would be in the contract,
Yeah, unionized contracts have
have
ability to
allowances for that.
leave of absences. So
The one I
yeah, so
read
the
was
code of
if you were
conduct
elected, so that must be.
is for council and appointees. Staff have their own, they have their own sort of staff code of conduct that they adhere to.
Thanks.
Okay.
I think we got that mostly clear.
Okay, so the most important concept in the entire presentation that I'm giving is understanding the difference between city business and campaign activity. So city business includes municipal services, programs, policies, operations, and official council decisions. Communications about legitimate city business can continue. Campaign activity is different, and you would refer to LECFA. So that is the act that you would refer to make sure that what you're doing is legitimate. Campaign activity is different. It includes election-related promotion, fundraising, endorsements, candidate support, or communications intended to influence voting. The practical test is simple. If city resources are being used, ask whether the activity is genuinely municipal business or whether it benefits a campaign. Members should avoid using city staff, facilities, equipment, technology, and email systems. Other city-funded resources for election purposes, unless those same resources are equally available to all candidates.
I guess we would ask that, particularly through this time, if there's things that you want from, questions you legitimately have for the work we're doing, then run them through myself or Sarah, and don't go directly to staff and put them in that uncomfortable situation of trying to navigate what Sarah just said.
So who speaks for the city? Role clarity becomes especially important during election season. Under the code, the mayor is the designated, this is exactly what you're talking about, I think, is the designated spokesperson for the city. Formal media and public inquiries regarding city business should generally be directed through the mayor or Kevin. Individual members are still entitled to express personal opinions. When doing so, you must clearly indicate that you are speaking in a personal capacity and not on behalf of the city. Accuracy is also critical before speaking publicly about city matters. You should ensure information is complete, accurate, and not misleading. And that's why it's so important. One of the reasons why it's so important for you to either speak with the mayor or Kevin first, and then it runs through Stephanie. And Stephanie will verify, confirm, make sure it's accurate.
Well, then connect the media inquiry with either the subject matter expert or the person who can best speak to the specific issue, or direct back to the CEO or the mayor.
Can you give us an example?
Well, I mean, this morning, someone from CBC reached out wanting to schedule an interview for tomorrow morning to discuss something that's coming up tonight at the table, and which was the right thing to do. He emailed me directly, and then I set up a meeting. But I know that, we all, the longer you do this job, the more kind of personal connections and communication you have with people, and so they do try to circumvent the official channels. That reporter also texted the mayor just because I was in a meeting and didn't get back to him right away. So that's an example of, if they do reach out to you directly, which I know sometimes they do, and we have the forum on the website, you can always direct them back to me, and then I can officially direct them to the person that they would need to be speaking to.
Yeah, I get that part. I'm just trying to think.
Yeah, I think the general rule is, if you direct it back to us before you put up your hand and say, I'm quite happy to talk about that on behalf of the city. Because even if you say, it's hard to differentiate, it's really hard to separate the two, to say, oh, I'm just speaking to this as a citizen or a elected official, as long as it's really clear. But if it's not super clear, if you want me to talk as someone running for council, which would be the same as anybody else running for council, but if they're saying, whatever, something come up, as Stephanie said, a decision on that you are going to make tonight, and you were clearly acting on city business, so you shouldn't be the spokesman for that thing. And I guess during the election campaign, we're not having council meetings, so that's not going to happen. But you just have to. The safe thing is direct it back to us.
So media inquiries, I understand, but what about citizen inquiries? Is that the same thing?
Again, if it's about city business, then it should be directed back to the city, and we will address it. If it's Leslie Payne, I'm a candidate for this thing, what's your opinion on whatever red bouncy balls, then you can answer that as a elector or as a campaign person, or someone running, just as somebody that's not on council can answer that same question and
Guess that
Yeah.
you need to make sure that you differentiate, like, I'm not answering this question as a counselor for the city of Nelson, I am answering it as as part of my campaign, as someone running for council to be re-elected. So this is my personal opinion.
maybe the easiest thing is pretend you were not council, you were just campaigning, right? Yeah, well, how would you answer that if you know, when you were not on council and you were campaigning?
I guess for council that is sitting now, for those that are running again in this upcoming election, it's really important to be clear about your role, like your two separate roles, your separate roles. So yes, you are on council, you are relaying the appetite of all of council, or it's you as an individual running for this election to be on council. So you just need to be clear about differentiating and saying ahead of time when you answer someone or something.
So just a last follow-up, I think the city manager said that we wouldn't be meeting during the campaign period, but we do have meetings during the campaign period.
Yes,
We
we do.
have one? We have one, I guess, right?
Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
so
we
I
have
just
meetings.
wanted clarity if something had
We
changed.
have meetings, we have 4
That's
meetings left.
What I thought, that's why I was confused when I
Sorry.
heard that. That's okay,
Adjourn your meetings, adjourn. It'll make it,
looking for
Yeah.
clarity.
Yeah.
A lot of moving targets these days.
yeah, so especially during that period then.
Yeah.
And, yeah, just, we'll primarily try to handle most of those things as staff and unless that's clearly they want, you know, it's a political decision that, you know, the mayor's a spokesperson, right?
And I do believe that, if I'm not mistaken, that I saw a notice go out that no commissions or committees will be meeting in October.
That's true. Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
So where is that in our policies?
So it doesn't have to be in our policies, that's just an operational decision that staff can make based on the election and the fact that we don't want things to become election issues. We don't want to put or jeopardize committee members in their integrity, I guess, like their decision making, we don't. So there's no point in having them meet to discuss anything of.
So is that the CDC and the library are included in that?
So the library and the police are different because they have a different board, but the CDC, the housing committee, the APC, anything to do with development, they're all included in that.
So certain things will grind to a halt then for like 4 months, it seems.
4 months or 4 weeks?
Well, you've got October.
October.
That's it. There's no meetings in October.
Okay.
That's it.
So everyone will be assigned to their new commissions, committees by the November scheduled meeting then, because
Potentially, maybe not, but I mean,
I'm trying
yeah,
to understand, you're talking about how business is gonna roll forward and I'm
Yeah.
just trying to.
I
get
just
with it.
saw it, I read, I think it went to everybody, I read that there's gonna be no meetings
I
in
did read it as well.
October. So I didn't see anything after that the committee selection should be.
The committee selection typically happens at a regular council meeting. November 3rd is our inaugural meeting, so that means that it's a prestige. It's kind of a swearing in ceremony of new council. Anything after that, so the December meeting, I think there's 1 meeting in December. It's a regular meeting, it is a business meeting, and perhaps in December or perhaps in January, it would be up to the new council or council to decide when the appointments are made for anything other than regional district.
Yeah, and that could also be made in there could be a special meeting attached to the Cal meeting of October, so it's not like.
Not of October,
November, sorry,
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, if there's something urgent that you need them to meet and we prioritize that and get people appointed to that and carry on the business. We've never ran into a situation where, things got stalled because we didn't get people appointed to committees, so.
Yeah, I would just think the APC committee, you'd wanna have that available to run.
Yeah, and we'll look at what's coming up and what potentially the APC would be looking at. and make sure that we're not interested in delaying people's projects because we're not organized at our end, so we'll definitely look at those.
So social media gets some special attention because it can blur the lines between personal views and official information and campaign messaging pretty easily. So the code of conduct applies broadly to personal accounts, official accounts, campaign accounts, advocacy accounts, and any other online platform used by council. Members of council are responsible for content appearing on their accounts and should regularly monitor posts and comments. Stephanie, I don't know if you want to speak any more to social media and the importance of, again, stating whether it's your personal account or you're representing council.
Yeah, I think definitely anytime, I'd love to see when you guys share the city content and definitely help get the messaging out. And anytime you feel compelled to comment, I think just, making it clear that it's your personal opinion during this time and that you're not, it's not necessarily an official City of Nelson statement or a council statement, just to make sure that it's really clear to people reading it.
Councillor Payne.
It's me again. So this is an interesting one for me because I rarely use social media. So the fact of now needing to monitor it regularly is, I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to manage to do that. But one of the things that I do, when you're talking about sharing, so we have this AMI event coming up shortly. I always try to share those events. I rarely comment. What?
I understand.
Oh, sorry. I thought I heard something from
I didn't
that
even
side.
think anything.
My hearing testing, I see. I rarely comment on them unless to say, it would be great if a lot of people showed up or something like that. So that's, you're saying that's fine.
Yeah.
I can do that. So what would be not fine?
And we're not, not encouraging you to ramp up any behavior that you wouldn't naturally do. Some people spend a lot more time on social media than others. Some people, comment more than others. Some people just watch we're not asking you to all of a sudden start sharing every city post, but then also saying that it's your opinion. It's really just, doing what you're doing now that you're comfortable with. But in the event that you do share something that's not just a city announcement or a city business, if it was an opinion on that, then we would want to see it.
On my personal?
On your, just to, that it is your personal account and that it's not the opinion of the city.
So do I say that in the comments then?
Right, Kate's here.
I mean, you can. There's also, on your Facebook profile, for example, there's a space to write a little bit of a preamble. So if it's on your personal page, you could always just put it right at the top there.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe a way to look at it is, I don't know if you have your, you as a counselor sort of Facebook profile, and to me, I would do what you normally do if you're sharing, this meeting coming up or whatever, but then on you as the candidate over here, if that's a separate portfolio or whatever, then do your campaigning piece on this, and your council one, keep it clean. Here's a meeting coming up, and maybe avoid commenting on it. Just share information on that, and on the other ones that you use it more for your campaigning. Maybe that's a
If I'm gonna use it.
keep the two things separately. But as soon as you start to meld them, then I think it starts to gray things.
Don't know how to meld them, so that will probably not be an issue.
Yeah. I don't know if that's a easier way to look at it, is just keep them clean.
And if you are using a page, a separate page for your campaign, then that it's clear that it's a campaign page. And then also kind of to this point is that you wouldn't be using your official City of Nelson councillor page to do any campaigning.
Do we have official City of Nelson council pages?
Well, you have a Facebook profile, Leslie Payne, City of Nelson Councillor. I would say that's your people.
Not from, you don't have to have
Oh.
one, but
Oh,
for those of you who do have one.
okay.
And I don't think any of us do.
I don't, I was
Some people
gonna say, if I have one, I don't know.
Yeah, like I set these pages up. Oh my
I
god.
think-
Yeah, they're not they're not pages that the city assigned to you and
I
said,
think
here's
the
your
idea
official
is,
counselor.
for clarity on the example is, if it's about the fact that the meeting for the advanced metering is coming up and you see the city ad and you push like or share and whatever happens to that in social media, cyberspace that I don't understand, the problem becomes if you go that and share and the comment is, this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen and it's gonna be a tax wasting mess. Vote for me to make sure it gets stopped. That would be a conflict.
Thank you.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay,
Perfect. Thank you.
I will look for my Facebook preamble.
Okay.
Keith is looking at me like, why are we at?
No, I'm crafting it, I'm crafting.
You're crafting my preamble, thank
Play
you.
on words, pain,
I would so appreciate that interview.
No more
Okay.
pain.
from my brain to the pain.
So I think we've talked a lot about social media accounts, personal accounts, or city sanctioned account, if you should have one, which apparently we don't. So there we go. Protecting staff neutrality is a foundational principle of local government. So members, councillors must not request or direct staff to assist with campaign activities. I think we talked about that at the beginning. It's really important to protect staff in particular.
And even indirect stuff, like, you know, I'm out on the campaign trail, somebody's asked me about this, I'm gonna phone staff, because the
Yeah.
candidate that is running that's not on council doesn't have
Doesn't
that
have that.
opportunity to do that. I think that's the, you know, that's the fairness that's trying to be created here, is don't do anything that the other candidate that's not on council can't do, right?
And so it says you mustn't pressure staff, but I think even just by asking staff for information is indirectly pressure. I know that seems weird, but it's sort
They're the
of,
bosses, they feel.
exactly, yeah.
So when,
Yeah, it's
when
sort
you
of an
ask them
abuse
for
of power.
something, they think they need to answer it, which is.
Well, and more importantly, I think they feel like they want to try and satisfy you, right? So they're less likely to give you an answer that you may not want to hear, right? So
Yeah, so it might not be accurate information.
it's one of those
Number
things,
one.
yeah,
Number two, it's not fair.
yeah, to the city manager's point, you know, they view you like bosses, and as bosses, you have to understand that while it doesn't seem like there should be that expectation, you know, for us all that are in leadership positions, it always feels weird when you hear people say, well, I don't know, you asked me, I'm a boss, I'm trying to make you happy. It's like, I don't expect that of you, but people just generally feel that way, so be very sensitive around that.
This slide also reinforces another important governance principle, and that is that councillors should not direct staff on operational matters except through the CAO or city manager, Kevin, or Chris, or even the mayor. Not even, or the mayor. The relationship between council and staff should remain professional, respectful, and free from political pressure. Sorry, I just had there's like some
A little notification.
notification. I'm looking at the IT guy. Okay, so election periods do not change obligations regarding confidentiality, privacy, or records management. Confidential information obtained through official duties must remain confidential unless disclosure has been properly authorized. Personal information must only be collected, used, or disclosed in accordance with applicable privacy legislation, including Waiver. If a privacy breach occurs, it should be reported to the corporate officer, that'd be me, immediately. Council records, reports, correspondence, and other documents created through official duties remain city property. Councillors should be especially cautious when discussing city matters online or sharing documents through social media during the election period. Campaign considerations never override policy, privacy or confidentiality. And this,
We skipped that last one, so I'm still back on social media, sorry, but do not publish personal information. What other kind of information am I publishing as a candidate?
Personal information about other people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Didn't get
Other
that, thank
people's
you, Rick,
personal
okay.
information.
Read that 3 times, thanks.
Which you can't be doing anyway.
I was gonna say, it's so foreign to what the way I think that I am.
This is all in our code of conduct.
yes, absolutely
Yeah.
is, yeah.
Maybe
So
such a thing.
before you communicate as a counselor or as a candidate, somebody running, you need to ask yourself some questions. And is this city business or is this a campaign activity? Am I creating the impression that I'm speaking on behalf of the city? Am I using city resources or staff time? Is the information accurate, complete, and not misleading? Is the communication respectful? And have you made the appropriate disclaimer? So if it's your personal social media page, that you say that it is your personal opinion, not the opinion of council. And that is all, I think. Do you have anything that you want to say?
No, I don't think so. And just to reiterate too, like if a member from the media contacts you as a candidate and wants to interview you, that wouldn't need to go through my office, just to be clear. But if you're talking about city business, then we'd appreciate the connection.
Which is what we're supposed to be doing all the time anyways.
Yeah, it's
You just
really-
have to like double down now on it.
Like, we're never supposed to bother staff about operational things, we're supposed to.
No,
look at
but
Kevin or-
also if somebody contacts you, wants to talk to you, like, it's not just during this period, it's all the time it's supposed
I just
to.
think most of this is
Roll back
actually
through.
all the time, not
Yeah.
just now, yeah.
And I think to that point, if you have any questions about something, if it goes or doesn't go, get in touch with Kevin or Sarah and they'll be able to sort you out, right?
Thank you. So that is the communications during election time workshop.
Thanks, Sarah.
I'm still here. So just let me, I have one more presentation that I want to talk about, and that is the action item list. This is the second workshop. You can do whatever you want to do. So, this is about the council correspondence and the action item listing. So this workshop is a little bit different. I would like some feedback from you. If you have an appetite to share, that'd be great. There are two processes that are very similar, but they're very different at the same time. So the purpose of this discussion is to review the current practices and identify where there may be room for improvement and get council's feedback, get your feedback, before we bring forward any updated policies or processes. So we will talk about the council correspondence and the action item listing. Okay. So currently, correspondence can come in different forms, including letters received by mail or hand-delivered emails from stakeholders and other local governments or senior levels of government, and submissions through the city's website form. Under the current practice, the corporate officer, myself, I review the correspondence for privacy, and then I direct staff to add it to the appropriate council correspondence package. Okay. And council receives that package by email before the regular council meeting. At the council meeting, you receive an index of any of the correspondence, not the actual correspondence.
Councillor Payne.
So hand delivered letters, whether they're individually or for everyone, we used to get mail in those boxes back there, but I don't think that we've had mail in those letter boxes for quite some time. Are we still doing that? We just don't get that form of mail anymore? Or
So-
what is the purpose of that?
The purpose of that was for invitations, individual letters to council, which we don't seem to get any anymore. That's basically the purpose of it, so that's why it's.
Christmas cards.
Christmas cards, yeah. Like,
I'm just saying if you need some space, it might not be the best use of,
well, that's why we're going through this whole
that's why I brought it up.
process, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the challenge with our current approach is that only the index is included in the public agenda. So in the agenda package, right now, council receives only an itemized index of correspondence, not the actual correspondence. The full package is sent separately by email. Okay, and that can create confusion if council wants to discuss an item during the meeting, regular meeting, because the public may not have the same easy access to the material being referenced. So if you, okay. So we're suggesting that this process can be improved to provide greater transparency and easier access. There are also 2 existing policies that deal with correspondence, and we are looking for your feedback before bringing forward amendments or potentially combining those policies into one clearer policy.
Councillor Payne.
So you have included the correspondence in tonight's agenda?
I believe, it's just the itemized listing, right? It's not broken down.
Okay.
Do you wanna go through this and then take questions?
That'd be great.
Yeah.
So, the intent is to distinguish between correspondence that should be included in the council correspondence package and correspondence that is more appropriately handled administratively. Under the proposed approach, form submissions, advertising, unsigned correspondence, operational letters, and repetitive letters would not be included in council correspondence package, the package. So that's what you get before a council meeting.
And Sarah, that's regardless if they address it to council.
Yes.
We determine it's operational, and we'll try to deal with it, and I guess that person always has the chance to say, we think your policy stinks and you should change it, and I want this to go to council.
That's one of the things that we're trying to figure out, like, right now.
Yeah.
That's what I would like feedback on.
Like if that's the distinction, you don't, my street wasn't plowed properly, and we go, and we say to them, our policy is to plow your street at 4 inches of snow, and we did that, and they say, well, we think your policy sucks and council should revisit that, then it would go to council as a policy decision.
So what we're thinking, that operational matters would be directed to the appropriate department and dealt with and responded to, like a thank you, and often, like right now, Stephanie is dealing with the web mail, the web forms that we receive, or you receive, and we sort of staff sometimes receive them as well. And if they're operational in nature, we send them off to the appropriate staff person to address, and then Stephanie sends it out again, like as a response. And I believe she CCs you, but again, it's operational, so we need direction about whether we include council or not. Okay. Correspondence from governments, First Nations, and advocacy organizations, stakeholders, and similar bodies are included in the council correspondence package and on the agenda. Let's see. Letters of support or advocacy from the city would also be included. Invites would be provided to council as they are received, so council has enough time to plan accordingly. The proposed change is that the full council correspondence package, including both the index and the materials, are included in the council agenda monthly. So, does that make sense? 100%? Okay,
Can I just ask,
yes.
does it make sense it's on that regular agenda versus a cow where you get a chance to look at it and decide whether you wanna refer something to a regular agenda? It's just, we're not gonna deal with it at a regular meeting.
That's right.
Maybe the first time you see it is on a cow meeting and there are things there that.
So I guess one of the questions is whether or not you want to see the correspondence package mirror the agenda package as well, right? Because then you have a chance to digest the correspondence package, potentially pull something out at a regular or cow meeting, whichever you decide. But you have had a chance beforehand, before the meeting, to review the correspondence. Does that make sense?
Is it that you're suggesting that at a cow, we would see the correspondence report from our corporate services as we do right now? That's what I heard from the CEO, is that right now on a regular, we have the list from August 5th. And I'm hearing that we would restrict that list to showing up at the cows only. And in the current form that I see, it's declares what the letters are about, and there's just enough information shared out so people know, and it seemed appropriate level. So would we continue doing that? Is that the right direction?
I think maybe what I was hearing in the question was that it's like one or the other. I guess the idea is, when I hear that question being asked, this is where my head goes. Is if it stays in the regular and we have it all there and we're in a regular meeting, somebody who's particularly feisty might say, no, I demand to have this dealt with right now, or we would have perhaps no staff input on whatever the correspondence was on the table. And so then you're in a process where people might not have thought that piece of correspondence was of any particular interest, or maybe it was or it wasn't, or however they feel about it. And then you've got somebody demanding to get it on the table, getting a seconder, having a vote, and then all of a sudden you've got something that you have to deal with right away. Or do we want to have the ability to look at the correspondence and flag and say, number 12 is of interest, what do other people think about number 12? And then decide whether or not then you actually want to make a formal recommendation that that you refer it back to staff to bring it forward for a piece of business.
Okay, but the current practice right now is it shows up on the most convenient meeting that comes up next after the report has been completed and sent to us. Like, you finish on the 5th of August, it gets circulated, the summary's finished, and it's here because this happens to be our next meeting. Like, you're not repeating it at the next cow, you're not also listing it out.
That's right.
Right.
That's right.
So the suggestion would be you would always wait for a cow, reinforcing the idea that cows are places where discussions happen and the public shows up, and there's also letters, and that's considered your opportunity to refer to your next regular, which is always another 2 weeks away in most instances,
Or
as
whatever
opposed to
meeting
just
you want to refer to.
sometimes it's at the regular because that was the next one, sometimes it's the cow, and it will show up sporadically based on its own schedule. Like, I don't mind the symmetry of it just sticking to the cow. For clarity, I'm fine with that.
And does council
Personally.
have an appetite for you to receive the correspondence package as a package once a month that would then show up again on the cow agenda?
Versus a separate circulation.
No,
My suggestion is just make it part of the cow agenda.
I think it's just all in one time that you look at it, because
Yeah.
the other day when something got pulled out, I was like, okay, and unfortunately, I had never gotten the correspondence package. So I was looking at something and somebody wanted to put something on the table, I'm like, I don't even know what that's about because I didn't read it. because I never got the correspondence package.
Now that I have a clear sense of what's being asked, I think what would work best for me, and others may agree, is produce in the correspondence report as it will appear in the COW on that monthly schedule. So at the start of the month, we always anticipate this collection of letters will come in from the last month. And then when we get to the next COW, it'll also be the same thing that we see there, like they're not two
So one of
reports, but we do get the correspondence just on its own monthly schedule, because it's just a volume in and of itself. So just packing it into the COW, to me, feels like we have to read it all at the same time when we don't need to read it all at the same time.
The big
Councillor Clymer, yeah.
share the gap though?
Well, it just shows, you'll get that particular report when it's due at the beginning of the month.
So you won't get the emails that have come in since.
You'll get that email, and then that same report, the same package will show up in the COW as.
Right, but if you said at the beginning of the month and the cow's the third week of the month, what about those
Then
3
you
weeks?
wait that long, unless it's urgent. But you'll have seen it for July,
Sure.
but you'll get it, and then you'll know you can talk about it at the next COW. And sometimes it's long, but most times it's not. Versus it always just being packed in the COW, because I think then you're gonna have all the COW stuff like we have today, and then the correspondence package also showed up on Thursday.
So so basically you're asking for it to be sent to all of us as an email.
Yeah.
And then in a meeting, it's also showing up again in its entirety, embedded into an agenda.
Yeah.
So you're asking for it,
With no
Sort of
with no
twice.
adjustments, and nothing else came in since that time, that will go into the next cycle that happens at the start of the next month.
So so you get it at the beginning of the month.
Yeah.
For the previous month.
Yeah.
In a correspondence package.
Yeah.
Then you also get it in the COW agenda.
in its totality.
Just the cover
Oh,
page.
just the cover page, okay.
What we're getting now, because I've had it there.
Okay.
If you wanted to, you could put the letters in the in-camera part of it.
So the only,
I would ignore that, I would just do
So-
the
so-
report.
I just wanna go back to my example, is that last month, something was pulled out about e-bikes or e-scooters. And all I had was just a reference to that. And I had never received the correspondence package, so I never read it. So when somebody pulls out number 12 and it's a line, I have nothing to refer to. So do you not wanna see, would you not wanna see the correspondence in the, I mean, we can keep going the way we're doing it now, which is what basically you're saying. And it's just the fact that the list comes at the COW versus the regular.
Do we wanna be publishing full letters in the agenda? Like is that the?
Well, that's the question. I mean,
conversation?
the question I always have is do we do these? Because how much do we have to retract? And then what do we do about letters that we get that are really in camera, are really,
They go in camera. They should go,
yeah.
In
I mean,
camera.
they shouldn't be showing up or being in a correspondence package that gets sent to you or I get, that's where I get a little bit, cause I see what we kind of get at police, which is heavily required to be in camera. And I know there's things here and how much are you gonna redact and stuff before you,
Well,
So maybe what-
operationally, I would just put the bundle in the in-camera. The list there that's been redacted, that has been cleared.
you can't.
And just put it in camera.
Okay, then not.
Maybe we can investigate, we should be able to just put it in a folder and put a link on your council correspondence that if you wanna see the detail, you just, click on it from here and it'll take you to that.
I guess one of the challenges is that members of the public then are not seeing in full what you're talking about.
well, they're not seeing in full now what we're talking about.
That's right.
Councilor Pinero.
I'm trying to follow along here, but seems to me like we just need a mechanism by which everybody can see the correspondence, and then we're trying to avoid a situation where something comes up and we have to make staff scramble because they haven't prepared anything. We don't want that. So seeing it as it comes in and then putting it together, if we're seeing it as it comes in, and then we're seeing it in real time basically, and then having that list at a COW, I guess, we know the context of that list, and at that cow, then we would refer it to the next,
Right.
if it's something we need to
That would-
pull
yeah,
out, we all know
potentially.
it, and we get that extra time.
Yeah.
So I think that's the thing, is that, am I understanding you right? Cause that seems perfect for me, like we're still, we don't have to wait to see it, or we're not like letting it cook for 3 weeks without looking at it, we're seeing it as it comes. But then at that cow, there's this list, and if anybody, if I or Councilor Lochtenberg wants to pull something at that point for the next, to like refer it to the next
Well,
business
refer,
meeting, then we do that.
or just to discuss, right?
And so we're not then discussing things that nobody's ever heard of, we're not throwing staff for a loop by accident or on purpose, and it's fine. So yes.
So it sounds like people wanna do this at the cow,
For sure, yep,
for sure.
Yep.
I mean, that's where we wanna see this list with the potential for having discussion would be at a cow.
yes.
So,
And so I gather that from council. I gather what I'm hearing, I guess, is that at the beginning of each month, you would receive a full package that would have all the correspondence from the previous month. And then you would have, at the next cow meeting, you would have it summarized, so line item, like you wouldn't have the actual letters in the package. And if you want to pull out something that's correspondence, this is where I think I need you to tell me, then you vote on it to make sure, as council, to make sure that all of council actually wants to move forward with it. And then it gets placed on an
A work-
agenda.
a-
Or a
yeah,
work
a work
plan,
plan
or,
or whatever.
yeah, it's an action item, or the action item listing,
Yeah.
right? Which I'm gonna talk about in a second.
I think the only clarification I would make there, I think the idea of putting on a cow is to give us space to decide whether it's gonna go on a regular, so I wouldn't wanna see it go on an action list, cause now you're dealing with it in the heat of the moment, as opposed to we got 2 weeks to, to decide, yeah, this makes sense, and in a regular meeting, deciding whether there's gonna be some action on it or not. I think the cow meeting is refer it to, yes, we wanna refer this one to the cow meeting, or a regular meeting, to decide what action we wanna take on this. I think that creates that additional space to do that.
Yeah. The Mayor, the only
Councillor?
quibble I have with your plan, Councillor Page, is that 3 weeks of gap. A lot of the correspondence we get from the public is like there's a big issue that's come up. A bunch of people write letters, and it's like the time frame is often shorter, like, well, the 2 weeks before or the week before a cow, and they know it's coming on the agenda, that's when they'll write the letter. And I can just anticipate a lot of blowback from the public, like frustration, when, they may have a bunch of people organized, wrote a bunch of letters, and really got passionate about it, and that we just don't even address it.
I think that, I hear what you're saying about sort of timeliness, but when I think of all of the years, and you've now sat here for 8, that for the longest time, we never saw correspondence, so let's just get that on the table. I mean, we weren't really seeing correspondence unless somebody was bringing it up, or you personally might have gotten some correspondence. I mean, we still haven't solved all the correspondence problems. Like, correspondence that I get that comes directly to the mayor usually gets opened by a staff person before it even hits my desk. I have no idea what people are sending to the rest of you, because you're not coming in with your letter and sharing it with the rest of us. My mail gets shared. I don't know what councillors do. Just like the online submittal form. And like, that's one that I would like to talk about sort of separately, because a lot of that comes on that online submittal form. We all see it. I have no idea how many of you actually respond to it because you decide that you know that person and you want to respond. But at the same time, a lot of that is operational. And what I have suggested to staff, and maybe you guys think that I'm wasting staff's time, and they're not doing it because of the fact that we need to have a discussion about it, is that when it's operational and we know that Stephanie has then sent it to, say, Public Works answers the question, sends it back to Stephanie to send out to the person that wrote the letter, is because it's operational, I would kind of like to know what the answer is to the question. It's not that I'm gonna change operations or that I'm going to write another letter and say that operations is wrong. It's just that it's also an opportunity for us to learn. Like when somebody asks a question about why don't we plow the snow when it's 2 inches versus 4 inches, and we've got a sound answer for that, we know it's in the policy, we could look. But when that person's getting that letter back, it's nice to see what we've sent them back, just because then we know, and it just kind of puts a bow on the, you know, and a lot of those online things are just comments. So we're not writing back or anything like that. I mean, it's a comment, people are allowed, and we are all seeing that, right? So I did think that maybe for that, and that would be different than it being in our correspondence package, because we've already seen the correspondence. Like, to me, correspondence package is a little bit of you guys getting to see all the things that come into the mayor's office, like responses back from the ministry. Like when we've gone to a ministerial meeting and the letter comes back to me, and then you guys all get to see it, because I make sure that it gets into a correspondence package. Online submittals, you've already read what the question is. But I think that you should get to know what the answer is, but I don't think that has to be public. I don't think that has to be put into a correspondence package. That's just a forum way for people to contact us.
Right, so I guess then I'm a little bit confused about the purpose of, if not first, the purpose of delivering us correspondence and then having us pull something out and refer it to at next business meeting, if it didn't also include things that were timely. Like, for example, the grizzly bear situation that's, you know, really a lot of people are concerned about. Let's say we got a whole bunch of emails in the week. It just happened. We have a cow coming up the following week. You know, it would be good to know, did people send staff a whole bunch of emails? You know, like the issues like that are often quite timely. And so we would want to, and the action that we might come out of that would be, we want a motion of council to have WildSafe come in and explain the situation. Might be simple as that. But it is a timely thing that would have been generated by a whole bunch of emails that have come in. That's the only thing I'm confused about, like that, the timeliness oftentimes are a factor. 3 weeks, because otherwise the scenario would be, we're then waiting, not just 3 weeks, actually, we're waiting a month and a half. It would be a month and 3 weeks before it comes back to the next cow. That seems like it would generate a lot of frustration. And the way that people would then express, they get frustrated, and then what they would do is they'd come to a cow and we'd have a whole bunch of people coming up and providing delegation.
I think that, I mean, am I wrong? I mean, we have council, we have the ability to give council reports at meetings. I mean,
Well, you can, if there's an urgent issue that all council believes it's urgent, you can put it on the table and we can share what kind of any information we have at that stage.
But then that would be true of any issue. I'm just trying to understand the consistency there, like, because timeliness does seem to be a factor, then just let's not have the correspondence at all.
Well, I think I'm hearing two competing things.
Yeah.
One is, I heard from Councillor Page, if we get this right at the cow meeting, you know, with that agenda, you know, there's a lot of other things on there. Do I have a chance to get through all that correspondence? So getting it at the beginning of the month and creating that space gives time to sort of break up the work you do. So that's one principle, and the other principle, how do we make sure timeliness? So I don't know if there's a solution where we get that correspondence out, maybe not at the first of the month, but at as close, you know, give you a week's time.
2 weeks, yeah, something.
Right? So maybe it's just the time when we give you the correspondence. Maybe it doesn't have to be the first of the month. Maybe it's from the 15th to the 15th or whatever, the 10th to the 10th or something like that, that, you know, breaks or reduces that gap a little bit. That gives you the space to read it before the cow meeting, and also is, you know, not unduly delayed. So we can look at what's reasonable for us to get that out. And I think as far as the detail of it, I think we can hyperlink it to, to the actual correspondence. So that list you get could be hyperlinked. So if you wanna pull out number 12, you didn't remember it from when it came across, you can click on number 12 and it'll take you to that actual,
For council,
for council, that actual letter.
Councillor Panero and then Councillor Page.
It just strikes me that I'm just trying to think of situations that have actually happened, sort of like what Councilor Lochtenberg was talking about. And it seems to me that if we had a situation like that and we've seen that a number of times, a bunch of correspondence comes in right before a cow meeting, for example, and it's something pressing, urgent happening. Everybody comes in and you're probably gonna get public comment about it as well. And we do have the ability, am I wrong, to address public comment if we so desire. We don't have to, but if it's something that we've gotten, whether it's on the correspondence package or not, but we've received 40 emails about it, and there's a room full of people talking about it, we can then say at that point, we're gonna refer this to the next meeting, which was what we would normally do anyway, and so that would satisfy, it's not any more timely, but I don't see how we would then, we're not addressing it in a substantive way anyhow. We mostly just refer it to the next meeting if that was the thing, and we're still free to do that, whether the correspondence package comes here or there. So I think that there's a mechanism for exactly what you're saying, and I think it's a good point that, the public wants to see things happening, and also there's things that are time sensitive. The grizzly bear thing being a good example. And so for those time sensitive things, I think we have the mechanism to act in a timely fashion already, regardless of what the correspondence package does. What the correspondence package, this amendment might do, is just things that maybe don't fill a room full of people, but are an action item nonetheless, and then we can have that be referred in a more sane way than just dealing with it right now on staff, where some people at the council table aren't actually prepared to discuss it properly. So does that?
Yeah, no, and I saw that, and I think we get that if we move the correspondence packages to being in the cow, on the cow days. I mean, it's gonna be a work in process, cause I mean, like, the whole thing is I remember used to get all the correspondence because in the old days used to get like 2 4-inch binders. Well, now we have everything electronic, and like in the old day, we all knew that we all saw what we were seeing. Nowadays, I don't know what anybody's seeing, right? Like that's really the issue, is that it's, and how do you capture that and you control that? Well, you can't, because we're all humans and we've all got our own personal foibles on how we look at things and address things. And the idea is that as well, we try to keep working on transparency and accountability, is making sure that people, not just that we as a group, but also the community gets to see or hear what kind of correspondence comes across. And I think that as much as we've struggled with this in this term, I think that we're doing as good a job as we can do right now, given the tools we have. I think there's always room for improvement of how we do this communication. And I think this is a work in process because of the way communication is changing. I think this is a huge change.
So the other area of clarification, I think, based on Mayor, what you had brought up, is I heard from you, even if it's operational, I would still like to hear the answer to that. So if we're doing that, so anything addressed to council, that even if it's operational, you would like to see our response to that, and we can do that, I guess, in that same correspondence.
I wasn't asking for this in the correspondence package, so I'm gonna just clarify, because I just kind of because I've been musing about correspondence, because we talk about it periodically during our term, is the fact that, so we get these things called online submittals, which drives me crazy, just the name even. And it goes to all of us, so we all see it, and in the background we have I believe it's Stephanie that's in the background as a staff person that sees that come in, because it's coming in and now it's the property of the city of Nelson. And oftentimes they're just little comments, you only have so much room, so maybe it's a paragraph or a question or whatever. And they're often operational, as I find, and I don't know, the rest of you can comment on it. And that gets dealt with. But I'd like to be able to close the loop, particularly when it's operational. So if somebody's asking the question about why is it 4 inches that we plow up versus 2, that person, John Doe, is gonna get a letter back from staff, from Public Works, that says, this is the reason why. And I just sort of think that it's important for council to know this is the reason why. Because although we have a policy on snow plowing, and we could all go and look at the policy, we're all busy people, just like the person that asked the question. It's just that when that goes out, it goes back to that person, and then it's just CC'd to council. And then that person also gets to see that the council has also seen the answer that they've gotten. And just close the loop.
Okay, so
Because that's too much to put into correspondence. We get a lot of those.
Well, so we were talking, staff were talking a little bit about this, and one of the things that came up was maybe people submit that form with their issue, or whatever it is, on it to council because they don't know where else to submit it to. And so it ends up being, say, operational, we deal with it. But what I hear you saying, Mayor, is you would like to be CC'd or included in the response to it.
Yeah.
So can I ask how that's different than what if someone emailed all you guys and the same question? So we don't include you on the answer to that one, but we do on a council submittal?
Well, it's just so, but the email thing is different because email could be to 2 of us, and I might not even know that that an email went out, right? That online submittal, because it's in an embedded place within our system where people can go, that we all see, I think it would be nice to know what the answer was to the question. The fact that people email us, and sometimes they email Nelson Council, sometimes they do other things. But I think that online submit, I've just always struggled with it because I know it's being answered, but sometimes I don't know what the answer is.
But is that a question for, say, Kevin to then come to one of us or direct it to the staff person that's the expert in the field, whether it's a Charlie or a Chris or whatever, to get the answer, and then it comes back to Kevin and he provides it to you, to
Well,
council,
that's what I'm just asking for. I'm just asking for the CC that's gonna go back to the person that's asking the question. Yeah, and Kate's got a question. I don't wanna, we have other things we have to do, but Kate?
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to chime in on 2 little bits there that I think we might be able to fix just by adapting the form a little bit. I'm curious if we could add a little checkbox at the bottom that says, if you would like your message included officially in an agenda package, please include your name and address here. So then we're like, okay, cool, that goes into correspondence, whether it's operational or otherwise. I think that might clear that piece of it up. It adds more work, but hopefully the copying and pasting, hopefully most people aren't going to want their name and address included, you know, some kind of appropriate opt-in with a disclaimer. And similarly, now that I'm thinking about it, the form could have some information there that says, if this submission is operational in nature, please know that staff will forward it to the appropriate staff person, and when the reply comes to you, council will be CC'd. So that kind of clarity for the submitter and for all of us, I think might clear up like who, what, where. Yeah, that's my suggestion to kind of simplify some of those processes, because then the submitter is kind of opting into these questions.
What
do you think?
Councillor Tate, do you think that we could ask a question, is this is this intended for council, or is this an operational question? Or
yeah, great. Yeah, I mean that, or you know, or even you could put that, but folks might not know. But then the initial response to the person can say, hey, just so you know, this is operational, we forward it to such and such. And I know you do that already, but if it's on the form page right there, then that helps people understand, you know, Kate Tate's not going to reply to this complaint about the snow plowing at this time because Kate Tate is not in operations, right? But then if it comes back on the second go, now hopefully this doesn't cause frustration because I don't want there to be frustration. But like the CIO mentioned, well, if people are like, your policy's stupid, Kate Tate, please do something about that. Well, then that's a different step, and that's also a different communication. So it might be worthwhile to somehow kind of give just upfront, give a little bit of information about how operational questions will be responded to.
Okay, I like that, but it still doesn't, I don't think, address the issue of, does council see the response from staff? If it's an operational question, does it?
Well, I think let's refine, let's talk about the options, because I think we don't have to call it operational council.
That's right.
We could say, would you like this to go to a council meeting? Or would you like, you know, or something like that. I think we can come up with something that doesn't make the person try to figure out where it should go. So I think if we do that, then I do agree, like, does council wanna see every time we send somebody, yeah, it's, our policy is 4 inches, or no, yes, we did come by and pick up your garbage and you clearly didn't have it out on time, or no, our plow truck did not go by your house at that time, our GPS, our truck was nowhere in the thing. Like, how deep in those things do you wanna go?
Can I just ask a question? And I think this question, I feels like we're belaboring it a bit. However, I think this is actually pretty, it's bigger than it looks, or it could be bigger than it looks, on 2 ways. Number one is, let's say we get everything. We just get it all. We get everything that's the public writes to us, and the response. And it goes into a database or a folder. That we technically have that already, it's just kind of our access to it.
Yeah.
So let's say we do, we give council access. And then there's a layer on top we already have, basically, is an AI layer where you can just query it. Tell me, and we just make it a practice as a council that if you have any questions, you don't have to read everything. You can get summaries, you can inquire through the AI to pull out any detail you want.
Agent or something, right?
Some sort of agent can do. That's not a problem. So I think that's something we should do. Since there's really no reason not to, just make that service available to council. And then secondly, communicating to the public that council has that capability, I think would really help. Because I think one of the challenges that the public has with local governments generally, but ours in particular, is the sense of like, I can't get through. The form is too short, or I don't feel like I'm getting heard, or whatever. But if we had that system, then someone like Councillor Payne could just like pull up everything related to culture or housing, tell me all the correspondence that we've had related to housing, and she can then come to the meeting pretty prepared to pull out something that she feels
Use AI and come up with a solution and everything.
Yeah, I can come up with a solution and solve it, and she doesn't even, she can come up with a solution. But that, I think if we've got it all right now, that's probably what, we can just provide that capability to council and let the public know on the form that their email or their message is available to council. If they even need to know that. I think some would appreciate that,
So then
otherwise they're gonna keep hammering away to try to feel like, I need to get this to council. But if they're told,
Well, I mean, it tells you right there, like, you know, when you read that online submittal, I'm just talking about just one way that we get communication
Yeah.
from the public. Just about the online submittal form. And it tells you, like, when you send that, it says there in the header,
yeah,
if you read them, that this has been received by
Yeah.
council, and you will get it, and you will be receiving a response.
Right. Yeah.
So it's already there. I don't know what we would
We need to take a
change
look
there.
at
We could write it nicer maybe, or fluffier, or,
Yeah, or nothing at all, maybe we've got it all, as long as council does have the ability to both see everything that comes in a way that you don't have to kind of scan through your emails every time, you could just query it and you see the response.
Yeah, I just wanted to see the response to those particular ones.
Yeah.
'Cause
So is that then sort of our preferred method of communication then? Is we're gonna direct people through this because there's a system that manages this versus if you're gonna email individuals or everyone, or, cause we seem to be treating those as different things, so if I choose to email all you, then you have access to the answer to that or not, is I think some of the where we need to have some consistency, cause I don't know necessarily the way you do it should dictate sort of how we handle that.
well, I don't know that you can control the email.
Currently, when we apply, like if sort of as a practice, if a question comes in from a counselor, we as staff reply to
All of us.
all of you, right?
If it comes into
If
us.
it's, yeah, so I guess, you know, if council has access to see the items and a counselor or, you know, someone from council or mayor sees something that they'd like to see a response on, perhaps it could be as easy as sending, hey, I'd love to see the response to this, right? And, you know, is that a possibility that we do it more of as a one-off than as a rule? Because I can tell you again, you know, 99% of the time that I get a request from a counselor, I will respond to you all with the answer once we figured it out. And it's because that counselor took the time and said, you know, I'm interested in this, what's going on, or whatever, right? Like, what's the story? Similarly, if that inquiry comes in, whatever format it comes in, you know, as it comes in, to be able to send to staff that, you know, hey, I'm really interested in the answer to this, and that'll just trigger us. We don't provide an answer to just a single counselor, right? We provide it to all of council, so everybody's on equal footing, everybody has the same knowledge. So could that resolve?
I don't think it has to be that complicated. Like what I'm imagining is if the correspondence and the replies are going into some repository somewhere, then AI can do anything we want. We could say, just as a counselor, I could say, give me a weekly summary of it. Give me a weekly summary on housing issues, or give me a weekly summary on everything and break it down. And then I can query it to say, oh, I'm interested in, did they ever send an email before, and what did council or what did staff reply to? Do you know what I mean? Like, and then it's.
And I hear that. I think that there's, you know, and we might get there. There's a fair amount of work on the back end, because that might go to any number of staff to respond to. And I guess what we'd have to be doing on the staff side is saving this into a repository, dumping it there for then AI to be able to glean the information.
But my premise going back was that we're kind of doing that already. In that if we were gonna build a package to bring to offer to council, you're doing that work.
So why don't we talk about the principles of what, you know, we can look at the tool. So the principle, what is, you know, Sarah said there are some things that are clearly operational that we could just respond to and keep council out of it. You don't need to be part of that. And there's things that are clearly council that are policy decisions. So that's one way we could do it. The mayor is, you know, suggested, hey, at least on the council submittal, I'd be interested in, even if it's operational, to hear that answer. So I think that's one principle that we need to understand. So if you do, then we can decide, you know, is a tool such as you suggested a way to make that more effective and efficient. So I think that what you want to see is the beginning of it all.
I will weigh in, and I think I think there's some good ideas about the house. I think there's some good, the principle for me is we can improve the online submittal form. I like the idea of checking a box, and I'd like my correspondence included in an upcoming public meeting. And so it's then treated as a letter that's been signed, and I would add an attached file opportunity right after that box that's not required. The box is something that you drop down and get to select and say yay or nay. Just to make it explicit, I'm treating this like correspondence. I want this to be a political statement I'm making, I want this to be like, you should shift policy. And that turns it into correspondence, we treat it like correspondence. And you add the attachment and maybe induces you to write down a Word doc, which sometimes when you're expressing those things versus a box, you still get the box. But the attached file is like your well-refined version of what you're trying to say. And that might spawn some people to do that letter instead of just what they put in the box, which would be an upgrade. And if they don't, just like email, right? It's a request, and you now know there's a problem over in Fairview for a bin to be picked up. Staff were by there, they actually already picked it up, and if we're curious, we will reach out and say, hey, what do you know about that? And if one of us is curious, that's usually indicative of staff sending something back out to everybody just to close the loop. I'm okay with how that's all been running, but I do think Kate's point on just a little bit more on the form to say you are turning this into a correspondence by doing these additional actions. Otherwise, it's just staff's gonna be in this little pieces of text around here. Well, I've already told you it's an operational kind of 311 request, which we don't have. And one day we'll have a service work order system and we'll get some sort of report that tells us requests in, requests out by department and success rates there, but we don't have that yet, so I'd wait for that order system.
On those online submittal things, I guess my only question would be, some of those are like very clearly operational questions and have nothing to do with anything else. It's just like,
You didn't pick up my garbage.
yeah. And so because I'm pissed about my garbage or how much snow is in my lane or whatever, I might tick that box because when I'm upset, I want everybody to know about it. It doesn't mean that it necessarily belongs in there.
Correspondence?
Yeah.
We
So
let them-
who's
let
going
them push the
to,
button.
I mean,
We
do
let
we
them
just,
push that button. They get to say.
They get to
say
decide.
that it's a
The
letter
sender
that I
gets to
want.
decide.
and then we just get to decide to.
Well, then that just goes to correspondence, so you're gonna read it when you get the,
We do that
Correspondence
anyways,
back
we
from
get
the
people
cow.
that'll come in and, you
Yeah.
know,
yeah,
Write a letter on a piece of paper.
provide a letter and, yeah, it could have
Then it goes in
anything in
the
it,
cow.
it goes in the correspondence package.
yeah, it goes in the correspondence package for the cow.
Okay, so I'm gonna move along to the action item listing, everyone's favorite thing. So you adopted a new action item listing policy on February 3rd. And the purpose of the policy was to help manage staff workload and to provide a structured way to track ideas or matters that arise from council. A key point is that the action item listing does not, on its own, constitute direction to staff. Staff direction still needs to come from council as a body through a formal resolution. Items that do not receive a resolution are not added to the action item listing. The policy is intended to create a kind of parking lot for council ideas. It allows council to identify matters that may be considered in the future without immediately redirecting staff, resources, or work plans. The policy also reinforces that staff resources should be directed to matters formally endorsed by councils. During quarterly or periodic reviews, council will take a look at the action item listing and decide whether an item should move forward or not, and where it goes and how we address it. We need to clarify the scope and whether the item should be removed. And we need to decide whether individual requests for information can still be made through the CAO, which I don't know, I'm thinking yeah. The action item listing is intended to deal with council-generated matters that require tracking, formal consideration, or future direction. So, I need to know from you, council, are you satisfied with the action item listing policy as it is right now? Or would you like to see changes to it?
I like it.
I like it.
So formal resolution, if on a topic or a subject, it goes to a quarterly or budget meeting.
Yeah, I think maybe some of the additional work we can do is just making sure we have time to talk about those things and say, Councillor Pinero said sometimes things become sort of hot items and then they go, well, actually, the world didn't end, so we don't really need to change the world, so maybe we don't need to spend a bunch of staff time on this, so maybe we'll just build in, a 6-month review, or some of these things that are just not worth spending the time. We're not really gonna take it to strategic priorities, or we're not really gonna put it on a staff's work plan or whatever. Let's have a second sober thought a little bit later, or this one is actually, we're hearing more and more about this, we need to actually get it on someone's work plan and deal with it. So I think if we just build in
We do,
I know, but we put
But
it
it's
on the
not-
agenda
yeah.
and it garners about 5 minutes of, it's at the end of the day and a long meeting, and it garners, 5 minutes of let's just move on. So I think if we just build in some,
I have a
Review
question in terms of, so you have to review the parking lot, there has to be enough time for it. I'm looking at the proposed best practice and it says about doing it on a regular, and I don't really particularly care which meeting is, but my question is more to Mr. Jury, and that is, do we do the quarterly updates at a regular meeting, or are those usually at a cow?
I mean, it's hard with the Q2 because, timing wise, I have to wait till everything kind of comes in, and then I look at it and I say, we only have one meeting in August, so it's a bit challenging,
so
but
Q2 is on the regular meeting.
Yeah.
For tonight,
Yeah,
it's on this agenda.
but if there's preference to ensure that it's in a cow for the Q3, they can
yeah, no,
try
I'm just looking at this, in terms of the fact, I just was thinking, did it make any sense to try to line up doing a quarterly financial update and then be looking at the action list, thinking about what the strategic plan is, so that it almost becomes like a conversation around, so I'm just trying to figure out, does the action list have to be in a regular, or when we normally hear this is in the cow? So again, that we would say on those meetings, we'd see those two things together, so that we know that X is on the action list, and we're hearing what the finances are here, and we've got staff in the room, and can we now action this for either one, we've got room in somebody's work plan, or two, we just won the lottery and now can afford to do the work? Would there be any, not that we're gonna mind meld them together, but to have been able to hear what the financial position of the city is, and then to hear where we are on the action list, to sort of hear those at the same kind of time, or have had that opportunity to have reviewed the math and then looked at the wish list. I'm just thinking about, could they be looked at as potentially being together in terms of when quarterly we review them?
and maybe we just dedicate a Cal meeting more
Yeah.
specifically to.
And then we know that we're gonna spend at least 90 minutes, and those are gonna
Workshop.
yeah.
That's a.
Yeah, that's sort of like the workshop on those days, and we do it that way. Because, sometimes it's we have a light meeting and we're all full of cake and goodness, and we're thinking action lists, oh yeah, these are all good actions, let's try to do something with them, but what's the financial implication sometimes of some of the things on the action list? But just to me, it kind of makes it into a bundle, and that's a thing that you do that night to make sure that you have the discussion time.
Well, and I think the other piece we can roll into that is that strategic priority
Well, and then,
update.
yeah.
We went over with the mayor today on, we meet every month or so, and we went over sort of what we call our sort of major projects list, and we can sort of build that in, and here's sort of the bigger picture of what's going on, here's where we're spending our time, and where does some of these new ideas fit in with sort of what's on the plate, so you get that fuller picture of where we are financially, where we're on our our strategic priorities, or our major projects, and here's some of the new things that people want us to sort of deal with.
Councillor Page.
I don't know if this is the same thing you're saying or a separate thing I'm saying. But to me, I look at the action report, which is a direction to Kevin, and I would pull that particular report into the city manager's report section of the agenda, and we would provide his typical city manager's additionals that you write down. I'm not asking for a report, but then this report also becomes the basis of that conversation, which we would then budget more time for.
Yeah.
And it lives there, because it's our direction where they are. Sometimes there'll be things we wanna bring up because we've seen it over and over, and other times stuff's changed, and it becomes the basis for you to reflect back. What's changed, what's coming off, why things are finished, what new things were added.
Cause I think that, while we know that the city has work plans spread across the board, that when staff is doing the work plan for city council in terms, it's not like we don't know when our meetings are, and that on that calendar, you can schedule, this is what happens on 4 times a year, right? And I think it pulls it together, and then we don't scramble as much sometimes as when we're trying to figure out how everything relates together. And they could be a very informative cow meeting where there's just more freedom of discussion without looking for motions and whatever.
Well, and one of the big things right now is just that consistency, right, for finding spaces in our agenda, and it's also it will be somewhat subjective because at the other side of October, a different group of people might want to, so with some hesitation, so let's just keep being consistent and getting the report out, getting those updates, we'll find that space to have a better conversation, and another group might wanna do something different.
But it's just an idea
So
that,
on the right foot.
it's an idea now that they can see in the minutes or when they review this council meeting that
We did the first one tonight. We got the quarterly report and
and we're doing action items.
So the last thing I wanna go over really quick, and I'll take 1 minute to do it, is the difference between a notice of motion and the action item listing. So is that okay with everyone? So a notice of motion is a mechanism for a councillor to formally introduce new council business. It requires advance written notice, 10 days, and includes a proposed resolution. It is designed to lead council towards considering the motion. An action item is different. It is a mechanism for council to capture and track matters for possible future work. An idea may arise during a council meeting, and council may resolve to place that idea on the action item listing. However, placing an item on the list does not necessarily mean council is immediately considering the full matter. Okay? The distinction is important because a notice of motion primarily governs council procedure, while the action item listing is primarily about work planning, tracking, and protecting staff resources. So in practical terms, a notice of motion is a formal pathway to introduce business for debate and decision, and an action item matter is a tracking of and a planning tool. It helps council identify matters it may want to revisit while allowing staff to understand what has been formally endorsed and what remains for possible future consideration. That's it. Questions?
I had actually
Yep.
one, sorry.
Councilor Panero?
It's going back a bit, cause I thought we were gonna finish and then ask questions, but let's be fast. What's the definition of repetitive letters that aren't included? And cause I see some of the like for example, like a big thing that everybody's very mobilized about, oftentimes it'll turn into a form letter and we'll get like 700 of them. Is that what you're talking about or not? Yes.
That that is one topic, one kind of repetitive letter, so a form letter. Or an individual will keep on, and they often do this, keep on sending in correspondence to different staff members.
About the same
The
thing.
same thing, but looking for a specific answer and maybe not getting it, or receiving an answer but not the answer that they
In the
want.
former case, the form letter thing, like obviously we've seen that a bunch over the
Yeah.
years, like, and it's actually like we'll get a bunch of those and then the room will fill. So it's something that I think like we are getting at least one of those letters in the
Yes.
in the thing. It's not that we don't include it because it's a form letter. We include one or two of them and then the other seven.
And I think
And we'll
when we've
tell
seen
you how
that, it was
many
like,
you have
it's like,
received
yeah,
and, yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
we get the number, like multiple,
Yeah.
it's like ostriches.
yes.
That's it.
We've got 50 of these same letters.
50. Got a 6 or 7 in front of that number. Time to, yes, can I have a motion to recess for dinner? Moved by Councillor Payne, seconded by Councillor Pinero. All those in favor? And that carries. Councillor Tate, you'll join us again at 7? Okay, thank you.
Yes, I will. Thank you.
That's good.
Should I leave the meeting and rejoin, or should I just like go off? Or do you close the meeting for the recess? You're on mute, so I can't hear you if you're replying to me.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yeah.
You to log off and then log back in. She'll let you back in at 7.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, it worked out.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. If I could have a motion to reconvene. Moved by Councillor Pinero, seconded by Councillor Lochtenberg. All those in favor? Opposed? And that carries. So, Council, we are on item number 7, the city manager's verbal report. So, over to you, Kevin.
Sure. Like I said, we did go over sort of our major projects list with the mayor, so maybe just briefly, liquid waste management plan is still in progress. Forest main, I think everyone's aware, we did get the 7 million for that project, and we're in design for that. Construction starts next year. Fire master plan, again, we have done the staffing this year for that. Third party dispatch is going well. Our overtime is down significantly, so definitely way less on that. We will be bringing a parks operational plan to council here, hopefully within, while you're still here in this term, and that's really looking at our, first of all, what classifying our parks, are the parks that we want to maintain to a high standard, or lack of a better word, rural standard, and what's the level of resourcing we need, and we just so council have a chance to sort of make those service level decisions. We're certainly hearing from our staff, and and our supervisors that it's really difficult to maintain those parks to a standard that we think council would like to see them maintained to, so we bringing that forward. That will be really more of a budget discussion ultimately. Garbage and recycling modernization, I think you're aware that that was presented by Charlie Henderson back in budget. We haven't made a ton of progress on there, although Chris told me today that we did some costing of providing that service, and we've also gone to third parties to see what the potential costs for a third party provider, so we'll be bringing that. Again, that might be after the election. Soccer and the Civic Arena, that's on the agenda tonight to look at a policy of how we manage those until we, the soccer, we've done some upgrades, but again, these old buildings structurally don't meet the current building code. What else did we have? The Lakeside Drive Bridge, that is scheduled to be replaced. It's at end of life, and we are looking at a 2-lane bridge access for that. So this is one that we may look at a design build and go out to the industry of here's what we need. Come, give us proposals of how you deliver that. NG 911,
I think October 28th is the date that we've tentatively scheduled to go live on that one. Pending successful testing with TELUS, but we're still progressing towards that date.
Recreation review, I'm not quite sure where that's kind of at these days. I know we're trying to find a date to make that happen and get the parties together. As far as the park service, again, this one, we did ask for more funding last year. We'll ask for more funding again, and part of that was to do that, have that meeting and identify what sort of that level of service that's expected, how that should be shared between the partners. The good news is on the renewal of the washroom facilities, the bathhouses there is a CBT grant that they created called SHORE, I believe. I can't remember what the acronym stands for. So we did get money for the design part of that. First part is to do the redesign of that, and I think we got 30 or 40,000, which will cover that cost of the design. And then there's after we do that, then there will be an opening for capital money, and I think up to 500,000. So that should hopefully, if we're successful, address that. And I think the fact that they gave us design money is they'll be open to the capital side of it. On the IT side, we did do what we call the roadmap to really look at our IT and how it's structured and how we do things, and we used a consultant for that. And one of the things they clearly identified was needing that someone dedicated to IT. So we have hired an IT manager that will manage the GIS as well. So he's Chris doing a bit of an update.
Yeah, I mean, he's coming tonight because we have something in the in-camera that relates to him, so he'll be here later tonight. We can introduce you to him. His name's Adam Terrio.
Yeah, so he's got that roadmap familiarizing himself with how we do things here, and we'll get focused around how do we kind of one of the big areas is we need to look at how we have all these various different pieces of software for different different departments, et cetera. And want to standardize more around some key software, GIS, Office 365, et cetera. So how do we use those key tools or MS 365? And that relates to records management. So again, he's working with Sarah and her team on what platform ultimately our records reside on. GIS is, I think we're pretty well there with transitioning the data from the RD to our GIS system. I think we just need to check with Adam and Greg whether we can give notice. That the RD will be into budget pretty soon, so I think they need to know whether we're part of that this year or not. So we will advance that. Facilities, council spent a bunch of work on that, so we're implementing that. Dam safety, we're doing works both for our water reservoir in Mountain Station, so a bunch of work there, and probably more impactful is the Bonington Falls generating plant. We did the dam safety review, and there's significant potential cost to meet those standards. With Dan Geisler in place, he did similar work for CBT on all the dams that CBT owns, which are significantly larger than ours. Definitely there's some strategies how you manage that risk without spending millions and millions of dollars to do that. We also raised that with the minister and her staff when she was in town, that this regulation has to meet the risk, not just control everything and reduce every risk in the world. It's just not attainable. And Dan and his team is also looking at the generation renewal of it at Bonington Falls. Those assets are starting to get to end of life, and how do we approach that? And, again, millions of dollars if we don't do it in the right way. So he's talking to Fortis, BC Hydro, and others around how we best utilize the water in the river. So those are ongoing, and you'll be seeing that, or the next council will be seeing that in the new year of potential options there. The 5-mile supply line or all water line from the intake up at the top of 5 Mile down to the station reservoir and design there. Again, Dan's looked at that and feels that there's an opportunity to generate some significant generation off that line if we design it in a way that we create some some head on that, and so the new we hired a new operations manager, and so he's tasked to work with our utilities folks to look at the design and see if we can build in some generation into that project. What else did we have? Selkirk College, the 10th Street campus, the new lease is with the province. We haven't heard, it hasn't been signed yet, but they committed to signing that for 5 years. So hopefully that will be in place. We've had I know Sam has had some meetings with their staff and got their facility assessment report to really prioritize where that money would be invested up there to renew that facility. 606 Victoria Street, old KSA. We have signed the lease for that. They have provided insurance. They are going to start programming for this fall. The ceramics, I think they have full contingent of 16 students, and so they will have a full program for the year. And I think the Mayor's Shared Medal is really looking more at, for this year, more at sort of weekend shorter courses to start. So that's definitely in place. procurement, I think we shared last time that we were not able to recruit a purchasing or procurement manager, and we've gone to a third-party provider, and I think the early review says that's working well at this stage. This is also losing the purchasing clerk there by this December, I think. So we'll be looking at replacing that, how that supports that.
Yeah, that posting's gone out, you might have
Okay.
seen that.
Union,
Yeah.
union posting, so
Yes.
did it go external right
Yeah,
now?
went internal and external.
Okay.
Yeah, and with, again, I think we've shared that Rob Nystrom, our long-term capital projects manager, is retiring, and we've staffed up or replaced her with a new project manager, and kind of restructured that department of how we deliver projects. And do you want to comment on it?
Yeah, you know, this is something that we worked with council on. You know, started a year and a bit ago, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, where we looked at how we had been delivering projects and how we wanted to, especially given the sort of size of our capital plan. So bringing in Anne Simonin, she came from the city of Castlegar as their manager of project delivery, hired her as ours. She already lived in town, so she was happy to not commute and happy for the challenges that we have. And she's working with Shannon McKinnon as project manager in their group, starting out delivering all the projects, putting in that, you know, real solid framework, project management framework to just start, you know, making sure that we're, you know, with the amount of work that we have coming, we really need to make sure that we're tracking things appropriately so nothing gets lost. And, you know, if somebody happens to win the lottery and leave one day, there's a, you know, real clear trail, someone else can just pick up the project. And as well, we see a lot of opportunities to share resources between like us and Nelson Hydro, right? So if we, you know, because project managers are kind of modular, if we end up having, you know, a few project managers 5-6 years from now with all the projects, and then we have slow year or a project gets delayed that we didn't anticipate, then our project manager might be able to go and deliver something for Nelson Hydro, and they were just short-staffed at the time or something like that. So the idea being we'll all use this common project management framework that will be quarterbacked out of this project management office. So yeah, really looking forward to the opportunity. Really gonna miss Rob and all of his expertise, and I'm sure we'll be buying him coffee from time to time to find out you know, what exactly went on during, you know, X, Y, or Z. But yeah, looking forward to the opportunities to come along with a fresh team there.
And that sort of leads to a succession plan, and I think Gabe's gonna give an update on all the changes. You know, he presented earlier in the year of the planning work we've done, and what we anticipate of retirements in the next 2 to 5 years, and I think at least 50% of that happened in 2 months, so way to that change that we anticipated. Yeah, I think that's the highlights of of some of those projects that we've been working on, and yeah. So if there's any sort of questions around any of those, then happy to take those. Yeah, I think the bottom line is significant change and some significant projects that we're advancing, and you know, I think really aligned with the strategic priorities that council set.
Okay, over to Mr. Johnson, you get your own line
Yeah.
coming up, so I'm not going to you, just so you
Okay.
know, Mr.
And
Chairman.
I don't have much, city manager covered off most there. I just wanted to say that, you know, on the grant front, there's a lot of, you know, press about the Build Canada Strong Fund that came out, and they have the direct impact stream. And just to let council know that we have applied for this building actually. We had to replace the cooling towers for AC, and the first stream of Build Canada Strong Fund was looking for those shovel-ready projects, and we felt perfectly in line. We're just finishing up the design for it. We had budgeted $1.2 million out of our facilities fund that we all worked together on to work the strategy out for, and council gave us direction. And so, yeah, it's possible that you know, we have applied and hopefully we'll get funding for that, but just wanted to share that as mentioned during those facilities meetings around budget, we will always be looking for opportunities to capitalize on this, and this one was a great opportunity, so hopefully we're successful. As well, just a couple other follow-ups. Nelson Cycling Club had come in and asked for, you know, additional support. Just to follow up, we met with them up at Art Gibbons Park, where they have a project and they've talked to CBT to get some funding to redo their jump park in there. And we're able to offer a bunch of in-kind service with helping them get a water supply up into the treed areas to be able to water it down. As well as manage some of the drainage issues that really impacts them. So had a really constructive meeting with them up there. They're really excited about the help that we can support with there. So just to let council know that you are supporting Nelson Cycling Club in that way, as well as I believe through the RDCK they provide some funding. And then finally on the cycling side of things, NACT, Nelson Area Cycling. Andrew Murray and they plugged in those connections and they were just looking to have the city follow up and support those. So just to provide follow up that, you know, those are on city land, so you know they are now ours. They're a good thing to have that connection to the rail trail, and there was some concern about who will take insurance, and Nelson Cycling Club was going to say we'll pay for the insurance this year, but the city should do it for after that. And I mean, it's on our land, so it's covered under our insurance anyway. So just, you know, it's again supporting NACT and their initiatives, and also, you know, didn't require the outlay of funds from Nelson Cycling Club that they had thought it might. So just small ways that we are trying to help out based on, you know, requests that come in and requests that we see. So
yeah, sorry, just a couple others when we should have mentioned about the CBT. So we will be applying under that shore grant for the upgrades to the bathhouses. We're looking at applying under another grant it's called Gather. It's to create gathering spaces or improve gathering spaces in your downtown. So we've been looking at IOD Park and the Hall Street Plaza there. How do we, you know, now that we know how it's being used, how do we enhance it to you know, be that downtown showcase where entertainment and people can gather and have their lunch and all those sorts of things. So we're looking at that, and finally we're looking at their I think it's
River Art
or something.
Yeah.
So we're looking at that mosaic on where the former bus station was, to do that wall in a mosaic art piece to celebrate the Columbia River and the basin. So so those are three exciting programs that we think we have three solid projects for.
Sorry, Tate has a question.
And hands up, yeah.
Councillor,
Thanks so much. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, as we look at those downtown spaces, one thing I think we threw around at the table, but I'm not sure if it ever landed, and I was curious if it made its way to a landing place. It has to do with posters and like where is a good place for posters, and can we actually have a poster space that is the actual space for posters. One thing we learn at the college is that the students actually read the posters and go to the things, and I think that that can be true for other events in town, and I was curious if there's any opportunity with these improvements to find a space for that.
Okay, no.
yeah, we do have that one poster
Casey's,
kiosk in front of the restaurant, and I think it's about trying to figure out managing it when it gets really full, because you're right, I think people do have posters and they're putting them up, and you just reminded me is that, thank you, Councillor Tate, that today when I was out on Baker Street, I don't know, did you notice this, Councillor Pinero? That the Eagles Hall, so there was a project from Nelson Kootenai Lake Tourism to try to sort of beautify with so many vacant buildings on Baker Street, the windows, and to keep them from becoming the poster hub. that the Eagles building now has 4 different lovely pictures of the countryside. One is Ainsworth, something is Nelson, there's one for Caslow, and they're there to sort of beautify the windows.
Right.
So that buildings don't look so, empty, or that people aren't using brown paper to cover the windows. Yeah, so if you get a chance to take a look, that's the first I've noticed of them, and they've been, going out to the landowners, to property owners to see if they wanna participate in that program. And
Yeah, and I think that they're looking at doing some type of art on the Nelson, old Nelson home furniture building. 'Cause
yeah,
it
I've
was-
got to, I'll be chasing that down in September when I attend. I've got some meetings that I have to attend that BCGEU I can have some discussion with.
Yeah.
Cause I asked for some mock-up drawings to be able to take with me of what we could potentially put on those covered windows.
Okay, I think that's it.
Okay, so moving on, then, were you finished, okay.
Thank you.
So, moving on, number 9, Nelson Civic Theatre Society waiver of parking fees. So, we've had a request to waive parking. The Nelson Civic Theatre Society is renovating the Civic Theatre, as we all know, and has requested exclusive use of 5 metered parking stalls on Vernon Street for its contractor. No on-site parking is available. Staff approved the use in principle, subject to the city's temporary license of occupation policy. The policy establishes an annual fee of $1,200 per metered stall, equivalent to $100 per stall per month. As the contractor will pass this cost on to the NCTS. NCTS is asking council to waive the $5,500 fee for the 11-month construction period. So there's quite an extensive report there, council, and there is a recommendation, so open to any discussion.
Can I just add, I think you saw in the report that we estimate the loss of revenue to be more in the $25,000 range, and the metered, if you get the metered rate, it's about 5,000, so it's already quite subsidized for projects like this. In fact, they,
Sorry, I kind of caught him out of the corner of my eye first, although I was looking at you, so I'm gonna go Councillor Lachtenberg, then I'm gonna go Councillor Pinero, and then I'm going Councillor Tate.
So like you said, it's much more than 5,500 lost revenue. Is it normal for a project like that? Like, I could see how you would use maybe some of the parking for materials and stuff like that, but like, have we had other experience with other projects where the contractors are kind of in part of the time and then out and kind of cycling through a little bit more? Like, is it more convenience, or it's pretty much they need it, like, no question?
yeah, I think, efficiently getting things to site and we have, I think the report does speak to, we have given them some stalls behind the building.
10 spots behind the,
And we waived the fees on those ones, but the access is through the front of the building, it's not through the back, so workers can park there that are working there for the day, but if you're running parts back and forth or whatever, it's you have to be.
Yeah, okay. I guess that's what I was trying to just get clear on. Is it more of a convenience thing for, like, if you're gonna work there and you're bringing your tools in, for sure, but if it's constant through the day, then I can see it.
Yeah, we've got those stalls for people that are, have to come and work there all day. This is for those folks that would be coming and going.
And so-
delivering materials, your
Trades coming
whatever,
in,
trades
yeah,
coming in
for
for
a day or two,
couple
and they got their tools in their van and they're running to and fro.
and their
Yeah,
parts are in their van that they need.
We experienced the same thing when we did the project there, that we needed that closer
Really?
access. Yeah, we
Yeah.
had bulk parking out back and then.
Okay, thanks.
I've got you on the list, Councillor Pinero.
Just the wording here, like, this $49,280 in expected revenue, right? That's not guaranteed by any means, it's
Well, we
just,
use-
it's what we think might happen.
Well, we use what we average on a meter
Uh,
in that area, so that doesn't mean the meter's plugged every
Yeah.
second for, a month straight. We recognize that they're not gonna be always full, so that's an average.
It's not its max
It's not its
potential,
max
it's an
potential,
average,
no.
I see. And then if they're asking just for this $5,500, so even if they paid the $5,500, we're still
Potentially losing revenues.
potentially losing $44,000.
And part of the impact is other businesses in that area, people choose, if they can't find parking, to go somewhere else, right? Unfortunately, we have these two large projects that are going on side by side, right? So it's really putting pressure on that whole block, or that whole section of Vernon Street there.
Do we know when some of the parking on the other side of Vernon would
That's probably
open up?
Another year
much
away.
longer,
Yeah.
So fortunately, they're back doing work in that building, and it's been refinanced, so our expectation, they paid us all the money that they owed us, so our expectation is that they weren't gonna, they wouldn't have done that if they weren't proceeding with the project, so that's, yeah. Mike, I don't know if you have any sense, but yeah, it's definitely a year longer to, get that building built. So yeah, it's really unfortunate that, and we had that same issue when we did our project, so there's been not a lot of parking available down there.
And I read this a couple of days ago, but was there other parking in the back somewhere?
Yeah, they get 10
Curling
spots
club.
in beneath the
Yeah.
curling club against the curling.
But
club
that
that's on
doesn't
city
work for
property?
them.
That's for your laborers that show up and,
Yeah.
start at 8 and finish at 4:30, right? And whereas you have the trades coming in and out and everything that, if you have the, HVAC people coming in or the mechanical or the electrical and they run down to their van to, they got all their tools and supplies on board, right? So.
Is there any way of splitting the difference or like,
Subsidize as much as council chooses.
like giving them, I don't know what makes sense. Is it like they had 2 stalls
Yeah,
instead of 5?
Yeah, I don't know if it's, I think they would,
they need,
I think what we've heard from them, they need 5 stalls to
Yeah.
make this work. So I don't think it's the number, they'll pay the 5,000 if that's the decision of
I think
council.
I'll need a bit more lay down area too. I could see them.
they seem to be happy with their laydown area. They were really great to work with, right?
Yeah, they don't have.
They don't have the big steel components that
Right.
we were dealing
Right.
with and, the scaffolding, a lot of it's there, so, yeah, sort of, different jobs they're doing, but. Yeah, I would agree with the city manager, it's 5 spots that they need 5 spots.
Councillor Tate? Councillor Tate?
Thanks. Yeah, thanks. It takes me a second to find the right button. I'm a little bit confused because I thought there's not a lot of parking straight in front of the, like where you go into the Civic because of the bus and then the seniors parking. Can you just speak to like how many spots would be left for other humans to come and go on that block once you take away? I think there's a bunch that are also reserved for seniors, which maybe you could speak to that and just help me understand the lay of the land there, please.
Yeah, so
They're
the
across the street.
seniors, when there's no construction, have those stalls right in front of the senior center. So we have gymnastics. While construction has happened, we've given them an equivalent number of stalls across the street. So there's 5 that are taken up there. I think the ones that they would be looking at would be similar to the ones we had, which would be to the east, I guess, of the Civic Centre, so up the street, the 5 that are closest to the, I guess, the entrance to the
Gymnastics.
gymnastics and so that's, I think those are the 5 that would be available for their project.
Okay, can I say it back to you? So the spaces that are directly in front of the senior center that are normally for seniors, these are the ones that we're looking at setting aside for this construction, or that has been requested to have the fees waived on. And during this time, the reserved spaces have gone across the street. And what? And then the other 5 spaces to the east? Sorry, I got lost in the three-way swap there. Can you say it again?
Can I try swinging at it, City Manager? Sure.
Yeah, thanks.
The seniors, because the senior spots were in front of gymnastics, the 5 reserved,
Right.
pre any jobs, right? So that's ultimately the place where construction would be going, or construction vehicles would be going, is in those nearest spots. Now, it's a bit weird because the seniors, when they had those spots, they were never metered, right? They were just expanded down that curb. So they'll be slotting in there. The seniors have now gone directly across the street from the seniors center on the co-op side, where they have the 5 spots now. So a bit of a shell game there. And that's what we did when because of the bigger components in our job, we had to hoard out the whole sidewalk. And so then the seniors needed access, so we put them across from the senior center and built that, crosswalk across the road and the boulevard there. And so we've just gone back to that setting for this project.
So the metered spots are taken up by the seniors and we're gonna use theirs. So they would have to pay for the equivalent. Even though these spots aren't metered, they would be paying
Yeah, they're
for
spots.
the equivalent metered spots. Because
So the seniors are paying that fee
these are
to
free.
have those reserved?
No. Seniors used to have no fee spots in their building. We've given them metered spots across the street. So I think the construction folks would use the seniors' spaces and we're losing revenue on those 5 meters across the streets. So that's what we
So
charge the contractor.
So with the seniors reserved parking moved across the street, they, not only is it the 5 spots, it's also no pay. So that no pay has been maintained in the transition across the street.
And we would recover that by charging the contractor for, for those, assume, treating them as metered spots, even though
Gotcha. Okay,
as the,
I'm with you. Thank you.
it's kind of a shell game, we're losing revenue from the seniors because they're not in their space, so we'd charge the contractor for equivalent metered spaces.
Councillor Tate, do you have another follow-up?
She's shaking her head no.
No, okay, Councillor Page.
A couple questions. When we were doing our project, did we pay ourselves? Or did we charge that out? Those 5 stalls that we used while we were doing the project ourselves, when we were doing the roof?
I don't know if we were eligible to charge it to the project because that was grant funded.
Okay,
Didn't charge the parking there.
because it's an improvement on our own building, I'm a bit sympathetic to letting the fee part slide, because we're getting the benefit of the improvement to the building as a broader piece, and they still have a lot of fundraising left to do. The other piece is, are we able, without stirring a pot with the seniors and recognizing the value of their parking, able to add a criteria to that parking that it's also good for handicapped. We've had some disability concerns with those across. We have multiple medical clinics in that area, and it seems like their exclusive use for seniors might not be. We probably could add an accompanying criteria.
Yeah, we are gonna look at hours, like, there's no point if seniors aren't in the senior center until 11 o'clock, that, nobody else can park in there, so we're gonna look at some of the hours to kind of maybe make that more workable, recognizing the existing, but we can certainly talk about.
Seniors and handicap.
Yeah.
And did we not, sorry, I just want to follow up on you asking it, did we not make one of those parking spots a disabled spot, one of the 5, did we not make a disabled spot on
I don't believe
that
the seniors
side?
on the seniors locations.
on that side of the street, we didn't put in a disabled parking spot.
There is around the Kootenai Medical Associates Clinic there.
Yeah, but not one on the co-op side. Okay, thank you.
I think those two can piggyback. So that's just where I sit, for $5,000, an improvement to one of our own buildings, if we were doing the project, we wouldn't necessarily be costing it out to a grant funder, for all those reasons. I'm okay with pushing the revenue if other people are.
Some wanna make.
So you wanna make a motion then?
I'll make that motion to approve the request. I think that's one of the options.
Approve and see.
So then you change deny to approve.
Seconder.
And is there a seconder?
I can second.
Moved by Councillor Page, seconded by Councillor Leutenberg.
So just to be clear here, what we're talking about is not the mechanics of parking or anything like that. Really, the issue is a subsidy for the NCTS. That's the issue. Or do we want to subsidize them an additional $5,500 on top of the effective subsidy of $44,000? I'm assuming, it's not included in the package that I saw what the status of their fundraising is right now. But I'm assuming that this is pretty significant for them. Did they know about it? Some of these things might catch you by surprise. You build a fundraising plan and then you're like, we didn't think about the fact that we need this parking and have to pay, and that can really throw them a bit for a loop. Is that the case? Do we know that?
I don't know what, how, if this was picked up in the general conditions of the contractor when they set their budget, but yeah, they still have a fairly significant shortfall. I know they're been asked to submit on one of the Build Canada programs, so I know they're doing that, and
Okay.
that could be make a big change. But again, we have a line of credit with them that we're hoping that they can repay
Yeah.
fairly quickly. So if they get that large grant, then hopefully that allows them to repay that line of credit.
Yeah.
As far as the a project process, right? You work with your team as you go into the construction process, and in theory, these things are understood. All your costs are understood, and they're accounted for in your project costing.
Yeah.
To the city manager's point, whether this exact line item was in there or not sure, but yeah, it would be an expectation.
It would be an expectation that
That it would be, that you would have addressed that.
So that's where I'm a little uncomfortable with the motion on the table, because I don't like this, trying to, grab every opportunity for us to squeeze in another fundraising. Well, having said that, I am really sympathetic to the fact that they've got a difficult task of fundraising, and that there's some paid staff, there's a lot of volunteers that are working on this, and that some of these things might catch them by surprise. Doesn't sound like this would have likely caught
certainly
them by
didn't.
surprise.
Say that this was something they weren't anticipating, but
Yeah, this is, in my mind, this would only be really justified if it caught them by surprise. If it was just like, hey, here's another opportunity to make another request, this is probably not the appropriate way to do that. I would prefer to be evaluating it as an additional subsidy, or additional grant that the city's providing them. That's how I'd prefer to receive this. The fact that the other thing that's not totally clear, but I think you clarified in your remarks, was the $49,280, which is the averaged amount we would have made in revenue on those meters over those 11 months. But anybody could have purchased these same spots for $5,500
well, if you have a construction project.
if you have a construction project.
Yeah.
So in that sense, we aren't subsidizing them. I just want to be clear in my own mind. We're not already subsidizing them, because we would have done this for a private entity as well. So, that's where I'm kind of wrestling with this. This is legit. The $5,500 in my mind this is not that, relatively not that much, but to us, it is. It's something we wanna nickel and dime as much as we can to protect the taxpayer, but this is a tough job that they're doing to raise this money, and I think, God, if you keep getting hit by these kind of surprises, it can really slow your momentum to raise the cash. So that's where I was sympathetic to the motion. And having heard what Johnson, what's your title? General Manager Johnson, whatever. General Manager of Community
Oh, yeah.
Finance Construction, et cetera, et cetera.
We don't have a meeting that's long enough for you to
I would
talk
just-
about what his
I would
title
say
is.
Chris. Yeah, I mean, it's only 5,500, so I'm gonna say I'm leaning towards a yes because I sympathize with what they're trying to do.
Okay, so we've got a motion that's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Does anybody else have anything that they want to say or add, or Councilor Panero?
I would just I appreciated the point that was made by Councillor Page and that we were getting, eventually, we were getting a building that functions, and that is worth a lot more than $5,500. And also recognizing that this process has been extremely long and painful for, I think, everybody involved on both ends of the spectrum. So getting it, if this, I don't know how much of a difference this makes to them or to us or to anybody, but if it helps get this over the line faster, which then helps them, start paying off their debts and functioning as what it's supposed to be as an asset in the community, it seems like not that big a deal to me. I'm sympathetic towards it as well.
I have a quick question. Thanks. Yeah, thanks for the comments. I am curious, what other semi-standard city fees that should be embedded in the overall project construction cost could come up as a letter of, oh, could you waive this, please? I'm thinking just off the top of my head, like a hydro connection or those sorts of things. Like what other, I'm just curious about setting a precedent and whether we have any kind of benchmarks for saying yes or no, besides that we empathize with the fact that it's a big project and that in the end, the city gets the benefit of a working building, which are really great points. But I was curious what else we could potentially have as another ask.
Well, there's obviously, the building permit fee, hydro connections. I don't think they have any hydro upgrades. I think we had 3 phases in that building already. I don't think there's any utility fees, probably building permit fee, which I think they've already paid.
What was that last one?
Building permit fee?
Building permit fees?
I heard something else. So we don't anticipate any further ones.
No, like I said, there's services is fine. I don't think there's no new connections or anything. They're just renovating existing space.
Thank you.
Okay, so the only thing I would just like to add is that I would ask that city staff do have a serious conversation with seniors group about their requirement to have 5 spots. Maybe they'd like to go down to 4 as to be supporting of this project that's going on. And whether or not we can look at time to make sure, because I drive by those spots fairly frequently. I drive downtown, I have a little route, it takes me down Vernon Street when I come to town, and they're often empty. So if I've got the 9 a.m. doctor's appointment at the medical clinic and everything's full, because we know, because we've seen online submissions about people concerned about parking that do have businesses down there and such, and that if you're not there at 9, then somebody could be like, a doctor's appointment these days is 4.5 minutes. You're not there for 2 or 3 hours. So I think that if we can look at some work there.
Flexibility.
Yeah, Anyways, this has been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that, thank you, Kate. Got that? Thank you, everybody. So that carries. Thank you, everybody. Okay, moving on to bylaws. Bylaw 11A is the step code in zero carbon. I'd just like to note that Councillor Payne has returned to the meeting at 7:47. Staff are proposing amendments to the City of Nelson Building Bylaw number 3456, 2019 to adopt higher performance requirements for Part 9 buildings, generally low-rise residential and small buildings, under the BC Energy Step Code and the BC Zero Carbon Step Code. Following Council's direction at second reading, the proposed amendment was revised to require zero carbon EL4 to be effective December 31st, 2026, replacing the previous proposed phased implementation, as well as moving to Step 4 for Part 9 buildings. Council provided third reading at the July 21st special meeting and is now being asked to adopt Building Bylaw Amendment Energy Step Code Step 4 plus Zero Carbon EL4 Bylaw number 3654, 2026, effective December 31st, 2026. So council, there's quite a bit of information again in your package here tonight. And we have discussed this at two previous minutes. This has been part of our Nelson Next advocacy and part of our strategic plan. Is there a mover? Moved by Councillor. And seconded by Councillor Tate. Is there any need for further discussion, councillors?
Mayor, maybe I'll just take this opportunity. I'm not sure that all of council's had the opportunity to meet Mike Cohen, one of our building officials. Has it, Mike, been around?
Yeah.
Okay, my apologies.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, just making sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I missed that meeting. Yeah, fair.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, he was.
Right.
Any-
The original.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The original.
I was- Yeah, away.
Anyways, thank you for being here today, Mike. So seeing no further questions or comments, and it's been moved and seconded that council pass the following resolutions, that the Corporation City of Nelson Bylaw, Building Amendment, Energy Step Code Step 4 and Zero Carbon EL4, Bylaw number 3654, 2026 be finally adopted. All those in favor? And thank you, Councillor Tate, and opposed, and that carries. Okay, moving on to 11B, the cemetery management bylaw and fees. So the proposed Nelson Cemetery Management Bylaw modernizes the city's regulatory framework to reflect current operating practices, legislative requirements, and long-term financial sustainability. The bylaw supports improved administration of cemetery services while updating the fee structure to better align with current operating costs and council's decision to increase cost recovery for cemetery operations. Council is being asked to adopt the proposed Nelson Cemetery Management Bylaw and the accompanying amendment to the fees and charges bylaw to implement the updated regulatory and fee framework. So councilors, just to remind you, we had an independent contractor come and give us some thoughts about our cemetery moving forward, and we've had a number of follow-up meetings regarding changes to how we operate the cemetery, as well as the need for improvements on our cost recovery. So we have two recommendations there that I think we need to pass separately. Yes, thank you. So does anybody want to move the first recommendation? Councillor Lochtenberg, seconded by Councillor Tate. Councillor Lochtenberg?
You'd like me to read it?
Yeah, please.
That the Nelson Cemetery Management Bylaw number 3668, 2026 be finally adopted.
Councillors, is there any further discussion on this issue? Seeing,
I just have a question, but it can go after the vote or before the vote. It's probably more appropriate before the vote.
for the vote.
You may not sway the vote. I was just curious because I'm in Surrey at a funeral today at a very large cemetery. And I noticed that the cemetery grounds were adhering to the water restrictions and the grass was very, very yellow. And I was just curious, how does the watering with respect to restrictions go at our cemetery and how do those things align?
We don't.
Yeah, we operate off a well
Well.
out there, so it's not part of the distribution system.
So it stays a little bit greener because we're not using potable water. Anyways, so
Thank you.
no further questions or concerns? All those in favor of the motion? 1, 2, I need 3 hands, 4 hands. Okay, that carries. Anybody opposed?
You know, just on that point, maybe we should look at how we tell that story, because we've taken a lot of opportunity to make sure we're not using potable water and, you know, watering playing fields, watering, you know, the cemetery and some other spaces, and the general public probably doesn't realize that. They go up to the cemetery and ask that same question, why is the city using a bunch of water and telling me not to water my lawn? But, you know, strategically made sure that it wasn't affecting our water system.
And something that we've discussed with communications to make sure is out there, just because that certainly has come before, but it's a great opportunity to say it here loudly.
Like a little thought bubble. Did you know?
Well, you know, one of those storyboards, we might add those up there, right?
And do we not take the water from the well for the flower
Playing fields.
watering?
We have a standpipe. I'm not sure if we're using that the way we did in the past. Maybe we can check that. And
Where's that at,
For
sorry?
flower watering?
we had a standpipe down coming off the lake that we could,
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Like
lake
it
is
comes
all-
from somewhere else
yeah.
to water the plants.
we actually could fill up our truck to water. the
Oh,
plants
yeah,
and things.
I wonder if they still are, or,
Yeah.
I depends on their circuit and probably what makes
Yeah.
the most sense, cause I think there's one down at the Public Works yard too.
So, okay, so that one's been moved, seconded, and passed. And then moving on to the fees and charges. Is there somebody that wants to move it? Counselor Tate, seconder, Counselor Lochtenberg. Counselor Tate, give it a read.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm doing all the buttons here. That the Nelson Fees and Charges Amendment, Cemetery Fees, Bylaw number 3669 be finally adopted.
So, last opportunity, council. Any questions or concerns regarding that? Seeing nobody putting their hand up, all those in favor and opposed, and that carries. Thank you very much. Moving on to, we get to finally hear from Chris Jury, our CFO. So the Chief Financial Officer is going to provide a Q2 financial update to council.
Yeah, so I don't have a presentation per se, but I'll go through the document you have in front of you that's 8 pages, but the first page is just that first RFD page. A couple things that we included this time that we hadn't before is a 1-page Q2 update from Nelson Hydro, so that's kind of at the back end of that. One of the positives, one of the many positives that's come out of bringing in an IT manager, and I think we pointed out Mike that was at the back of the room, and I see Adam Terrio's here as well. He's our new manager of IT, and he'll be presenting later in the evening, but you can recognize him at the back of the room there. One of the positives of bringing him in is to focus on the IT side of things, which allowed our part-time Nelson Hydro part-time IT manager to focus more on hydro. So one of the things he's providing to us now is a bit more of a focused update from Nelson Hydro. So you see that each quarter from this point forward that we can bring that in, and he's doing a lot of work with Nelson Hydro, doing more frequent forecasting with them and really trying to dial in their budgeting process. So I think that's all great that he's able to allocate a bit more time to that. So this is one of the things you'll see from him. So starting kind of on that first page there, where it says Q2 Financial Update 2026. Overall position at June 30th, the city remains in a strong financial position. Revenues are at 64% of annual budget and expenses at 48%. I just sort of caveat that a little bit on both the revenue and expense side. we have a lot of revenue sources that are very front loaded that will get our taxes and water and sewer fees all at the beginning of the year, so we expect that to be on the higher end. And flip side on the expenses, we do have collective agreements that will bring in a wage increase at that midway point in the year, so we would expect to be under 50%. For the most part for our expenses. But there's other expenses that are heavier in the front part of the year and some in the later half. So it's more of, on the expense side, it's just more of a guideline, a check-in. But sort of comparing to where we were this time last year is a good gauge. So if we flip over to the revenue side, I'll just kind of focus in, that's on the third page, on a few of the revenue variances and highlights. Overall revenue, as I mentioned, is at that 64% point. Some of those areas that are trending higher than 50%. Sale of services is at 54%, it was at 51% last year this time. Same as other revenue, it's 62% versus 56% this time last year. Some of the big drivers in there, I see parking coin is up about $100,000 from this time last year, and some of that could be related to timing of when we pull the coins out of the meters, when we send them down to get counted and come back, but not to the tune of $100,000. So it's definitely on the positive side of things. 21% of our parking revenue is coming from pay by phone. I thought that would be an interesting metric. We just started this year really dialing in how we're recording that, so I don't have a comparison for you from last year, but we will now going forward, so we can kind of look at that 21% and see how that's, I would expect, growing over time. Police have some grants and special project revenues that have come in for some of the things they're working on with the province, some in special investigations. So that's brought in some revenue that's help offset some of their overtime costs and additional labor costs. So we'll kind of see that when we look at the expense side of things. Building permits are up $200,000 from this time last year. And some of our internal charges as well. If you recall, we increased the rental fees that we collect down at Public Works for Transit and Nelson Hydro to account for the new office space that we created there. So that's bringing in some additional internal revenue, though they are funded by other sources, Hydro and BC Transit. Other than that, tax revenues where we expect it to be. Water and sewer fees are at 101% of budget due to growth. Oh geez, just gotta remember to go to the council meeting tonight.
You're late.
You meant to stay awake.
Yeah.
This is where you know it's off.
Oh, that's a reminder to go home.
Buzzes in my pocket every 10 minutes. Nelson Hydro sales are at 49% near the midpoint, slightly below 51% that we'd seen in prior years. And again, we can sort of look at that one-page report from Nelson Hydro, but that's, almost entirely just due to weather. You have milder winter, milder spring, then you're gonna see decreases in revenues, but correspondingly, we also have a decrease in power purchase costs, so those go hand in hand. Flipping over to the expense side of things, total expenses, as I mentioned, at 48%. Versus 47% at Q2 2025, so very close to how they were last year. Protective services is at 48%. This is below 50%, but is higher than last year's pace, which was at 45%. So primarily looking at, police wages are higher than they were at this time last year. I did mention, they do have some special project funding they've used to, they did have some additional overtime. And they do have some grant funding that's funding one of their positions this year. So, there's some corresponding revenue and expense side of things there. But that's one area of focus that I think we'll be watching. I do have a budget meeting set up for them tomorrow. So we'll go through a few of those things and start looking at 2027. Transportation services is at 46%. That's above the 42% we were at last year. Again, if you recall, we reduced the snow removal budget this year by $90,000 and shifted that into parks and into our utilities. So it's expected that you'd see that trending on the higher side. Sewer operations is one that is probably the clearest operating pressure that we're seeing and will have a bit of an impact on how we budget for 2027. This is largely just due to additional repairs, maintenance, and unforeseen spending down at the sewage treatment plant. So, as we're, building out our plan, we see equipment failures that are happening earlier than we would have expected. So we're having to replace some of the equipment and parts and things down there to kind of keep things going. I think it's important to note that, if the current sewage treatment plant is expected to last another 6 to 8 years, I think what I'm seeing is that the staff are really doing a good job of taking that kind of practical life cycle approach to repairing. So they're looking at used parts and refurbished parts and just making sure that we're not investing in something that's gonna have a much longer life than the actual plant itself. So really taking a pragmatic approach to it all. But yes, still there's failures and things that happen, so that's kind of where we're at as far as just keeping that going while we replace it. Water operations is favorable at 46%. Compared to last year, that was a challenge for us. We were at 54% last year. The crews focused a lot more on capital works this year as opposed to operating repairs and maintenance. Doing the Josephine project at the beginning of the year, so we're seeing less pressure on the operating side. And mentioned Nelson Hydro a little bit as well. They're slightly above the midpoint, but they're below the 54% we saw last year. And that's, again, the corresponding decrease in power purchase costs. But they do have additional pressures in some of the other operating and maintenance expenditures, but in overall, trending to come in under budget for operations, maintenance, and power purchases. That's it for the revenue and expense. And I know that during the city.
Library, you're not even gonna.
Yeah, well, I haven't got there yet. I was gonna kind of go,
Last line of
to
my
the
chart.
capital piece here. So the city manager did a good job in the verbal update of touching on quite a few of the projects on the go. We've listed most of them here, so those major projects, where they're at in the timeline as far as, had we just started, are we on budget, are we substantially complete? A couple of the areas to that staff and myself are keeping an eye on are the city hall office elevator, sort of cooling tower projects. Cooling tower hasn't started yet, just in the design phase of that. But as far as the elevator, I think one of them is completed. Budget wise, we're looking a little over budget on that project. I think last check was about forecasting about 60,000 over budget, which would be 6% of the total elevator project budget, mainly due to additional fire alarm and electrical requirements that came in higher than expected. So we're looking for cost savings in other areas of the facilities plan to try and keep us all on side there. The IT hardware.
Sorry?
Yep.
What do people think of our new color, the elevators?
I gotta be honest, it took me a while I felt something's different here.
Inside the elevator?
No, there's a
Oh no,
big
at the end of the
green
hallways,
now.
either end of the hall is painted green
Yes.
now?
Lets you know that you're at the city of Nelson, I guess, yeah.
Well, yeah, there was
Notice?
I noticed.
patchy portions from the old signs that had been ripped out, and they were pretty rough shots, so.
Okay, yeah, and the new elevators look pretty sharp, they're all, even the facing on the wall, it's much more modern and new.
Take a look.
Yeah.
I don't know if I wanna mention it, but I feel like I walked through the door and the elevator opened, and I was like, is
Yeah.
that open, cause I came through the door?
It's your birthday,
Yeah.
Oh,
set that up for you.
Yeah.
oh, that's fine, that's fair, that makes sense.
Yep, so that's the city hall projects. On the IT front, hardware replacements. We did have that core infrastructure replacement at the beginning of the year that we sent notification to all of council about wanting to put in an order quickly before prices escalated. We don't have any more major purchases lined up for the rest of the year, so most of that happened in the first quarter. Wastewater treatment plant, I mentioned some of the operating and capital pressures that they're feeling there. That will likely feed into the 2027 budget and how we kind of look at forecasting and planning that out for what that looks like over the next few years. NG 911, we mentioned an October 28th go live date. That's a 100% grant funded project, and that one's coming in well under budget, so that's positive. There's some other major
Can I just
projects
ask
there
about
too.
that?
Yeah,
So when you have a grant to do the work and it comes in under budget, do you get to keep the money?
you do not.
That'd be a good deal.
I was gonna say,
Yeah, it'd be nice if they incentivized
is there something
you a little
else
bit.
that we could,
We
yeah,
do encourage you to.
there must be some other part of that project we could,
No, they're actually pretty good, like the, as you know, on the Civic project,
yeah,
they're
no,
able
I
to.
remember that, that's why I asked.
But NG 911, I think they've been, really good in terms of the scope of what they've covered. So if we're under budget, we're quite happy to send them a check back.
Okay. You're happy, I'm happy.
Yeah, so they upfront funded 50% of the grant, and we've worked through that. And now we're working into, a point where we'll have additional expenditures and then we'll ask for that to get funded. So we won't be returning any money, but we just might not be entitled to the full amount of grant funds.
We're trying to help the province out where we can.
So there's other projects on here listed mainly for facilities, transportation, equipment purchases. We've got a retiring fleet manager who's been very active in making sure that we've got all our procurements done before he leaves. So I've had quite a few of those over the last couple of months. Water and sewer projects are on budget, and I guess just as sort of closing for overall for the city portion of this, at the halfway point, operating results are generally consistent with expectations. There's always gonna be timing differences as far as revenue and expenditures, but we're continuing to monitor sort of those areas I highlighted, the sewer maintenance, protective services. Hydro sales, again, we can monitor, but there's not a lot of control we have over that. And then some of these capital projects that are, trending a little on the higher side, we'll try and look for savings in other areas of the capital budget to offset that.
I'm just curious how we can be on budget with sewer main upgrades when we had the, CP rail surprise.
Well, we did add some additional budget for that. We caught that one at a time.
So when we added that extra amount that we talked about,
We were
okay,
able to add
so
that
then
before
we're
we
on budget.
finalized the budget. And the
That explains
Josephine project came in on budget, so we did quite well on that piece.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So then there's the hydro report as well. I think I've sort of touched on a few of those pieces, so I didn't have much to kind of add to that. Like I say, it's revenue and power purchases, some of the plant maintenance expenditures as well. Again, Nathan Russ, our finance manager, who's spending time with Nelson Hydro, along with Dan Geisler, the general manager there, doing a really good job of working together and trying to really dial in the budgeting process and do a great job of forecasting future years so that that'll inform future budgets. So it's good to have that additional resource. And yeah, as you mentioned there, Councillor Payne, we reached out to the library as well to see if they could provide a mid-year report. They do one quarterly, I think, for the library board. So you may see that. I don't know how the flow works, if you actually see that in your council package as well, but I thought this was a nice kind of half-year check-in with the library to see where they're at with things, and I'll continue to have them provide this each year. They'll provide an end of year, of course, when they come and present their budget, but having that mid-year I think is kind of a nice way to stay in connection with how things are going there.
Councillor Payne.
I just wanna go back to Nelson Hydro with major storms.
Yes,
So what you're saying is currently, they're over budget in that area due to several major storms that we had, but you talk about the rural storm budget being over, is the urban storm budget in the same position, or has it mainly been the rural that's been?
yeah, they're the most impacted, we
Yeah,
don't,
okay.
have
We don't
nearly the
budget.
impact here for
Oh,
urban,
we don't budget for.
We don't
not
budget
really, yeah.
big
Okay.
major storms
Yeah.
in the urban area, really.
Primarily the rural. And to be clear, they're not currently over budget, but the trend is it's looking over budget. But that would assume we have the same storms we had in the first half of the year and the second half of the year, which may not happen. So we may end the year with not being over budget. One of the things about storm is that it is a recoverable expenditure. So if you go over your uncontrollable expenses such as storm, you can recover that through future rates. So that's one of the things that BCUC allows us to, because it's such a challenge to forecast that and there's nothing you can really do. So that's one of those areas where if you do go over budget, it's recoverable in a deferral account in future years.
So in the city, when we have those storm events and there's branches everywhere, that's dealt with by Public Works then? Okay,
Yeah.
that makes more sense, thank you.
Yeah, anything, unless it affects the electric utility, then it's all public works, all that flooding work we've had to do on these storms is really on the public works side of it.
Yeah, that's all I have.
Any questions
Further
for
questions? Yeah, I'm happy to.
CFO?
Thank you.
Seeing none, if I could have somebody move receipt of his report for information.
And as you saw tonight, Chris presented and Amy's off on her maternity leave and don't think she's had a baby yet, but she's expecting soon, I believe, the end of August was her
Yeah.
due date.
Yep, I think so.
So that was moved, I just wanted to get it moved, so
Oh,
that was moved by
okay.
Council Pinero, seconder. Is that called Council Leuchtenberg, all those in favor of receiving the report? Thank you, and that carries. Sorry.
Yeah, just recognizing, the pretty soon happy event with Amy, and we'll certainly miss her here, and Chris has had to, fill the shoes of a bunch of his senior managers there, and he's backfilled for most of those positions, and as I said earlier, procurement, we've gone third party on that, and so that's something new, so. Chris in the finance department are pretty stretched right now, so may not attend as many other meetings as he has in the past, just so he can focus on rebuilding that team of his down there.
Okay, so moving on to item 12B, pickleball. Wait, Freedom of the City, sorry. I got ahead of myself, put a tick beside it before I did it.
We were awarding that to pickleball.
Yeah. Anyhow, the city's Freedom of the City policy has not been updated since 2000 and no longer reflects the current legislative framework. The attached amended policy aligns eligibility, voting requirements, and statutory effects with section 158 of the community charter, and staff recommendation is that council adopts the amended policy. And so I'm just gonna add to this because this was something that basically I brought up and it's been on my sort of plan as we look at things like the sports ambassador and the cultural ambassador, and the fact that we've now added another cultural award, and we have the heritage award. And this is something that hasn't been given out for a number of years. The last time I thought it was given out was to Sean Lamb in like 2008, but somebody told me that we gave it to the Kilties in 2014, I think.
That's not on the list, is it?
2018, 2019.
Oh, it is?
2018?
That's when I saw the show, man.
First year
Yeah.
coming back.
Anyways, so it's like, so they've been few and far between sort of in the last little bit. And then it was always a question about whether or not we wanted to do this out or if we wanted to do anything with it. this is before us tonight, to at least update the policy. And that
It's in the
council
body.
can have at any time a future discussion about whether or not they see this as an award that they want to give out. The other thing is that we could say, no, we don't wanna update this policy, and perhaps, you know, one of the options obviously is just to remove this policy from our books, so to speak. Going forward, the recommendation is to adopt the amended freedom of the city policy, bringing it at least in line with the requirements of the community charter.
So moved.
So it's been moved by Councillor Page and it's been seconded by Councillor Lochtenberg. I was like, okay, is he scratching his head or is he? And Councillor Payne has a question.
Councillor Payne has a question. When I read this, I got a very colonial feeling about the history of it. So I love the concept of, you know, having an award for exceptional contribution to the city and what's behind it. I did look at a couple of other communities, but as you say, updating it now to just bring it in line with current legislation may be worthwhile, but at some point in time, I think we need to look at it with a more decolonializing perspective so that it goes through a broader assessment with different groups in the community to make sure that it meets the needs of a wider array. I'm talking about diversity, equity, inclusion, and the Indigenous perspective. So that's my suggestion.
So it's been moved and seconded. We can defeat that motion and refer, or we can pass it and flag that it probably needs to have more revision and more update. And Councillor Pinero is gonna go to you for discussion.
Sure, I guess, I don't know, I feel like we have so many options as far as like giving people recognition in the community. We have awards and different things that sort of hit different aspects of our community that we have several, and this in its former iteration anyway is very specific and not, if it's all the same, like, yeah, we can adopt the new version or whatever, but I don't really see the point in it, to be honest. Like, we don't give it out, we haven't given it out in a very long time, and it's hard to imagine giving it out again when we have, you know, a cultural ambassador award, we have a sports ambassador award, and we have all these other ways of giving recognition to people that stand out in the community. So it seems a little bit redundant to me, so that if there's staff time involved in fixing it, I think we just, my vote would be just to scrap it.
Okay, I see Councillor Tate with her hand up.
Hi, thanks so much. I wanted to just bounce off Councillor Payne because when I read the new version, I actually thought that it leaned into a broader ideal, and to speak to Councillor Pinheiro, where those other ambassadorship awards are, and I think we discussed this in the past, you know, they're focused on a particular aspect of a person's achievement. And usually early in their careers, whether it's sports or cultural or otherwise, or while they're still working. What I liked about this is that it gave an option for like a lasting community impact. And I think I was just going to control F. I think the impact word is even in there, and I liked that kind of bigger ideal. And it also in the policy says that it doesn't need to be every year and it should be used sparingly. And so I think it gives that opportunity for a really like special person who has done something special for the community that is unique and outside of maybe those specific genres. And so I actually thought it did lean into a bigger view of how to positively impact a community. I was happy with the shift in language.
Councillor Page.
Yeah, I'm sensitive to how we are inclusive in our awards and our activities. I think given the medieval history of this particular award, which used to be a ceremony that you would hold where people who were part of a feudal system, if you lived in a city for a year and a day, there was a ceremony, you were declared to have freedom of the city, and that freed you from your serfdom. And that slowly became less and less of a tradition as the concept of people's freedom became more enshrined in just the legal framework of where we live today. And this is a vestige of that still lives on and is reserved for an honor. So I wouldn't necessarily look to transform this award because it has that history, and kind of keeping it there is a harkening back to some of the principles that brought us here, which is in itself colonialism. But I'm also sensitive to how we create, new recognitions that are modernized, but this has like a storied and ancient history. And if anything, I would be curious where the register is kept, and do we maybe want to put a little bit more dressing and decoration around some of those more formal pieces, because it used to be you were on a roll, and that role is probably more of a voter role and a resident role nowadays, but it was what a city would adopt you and say you were allowed to trade and work and live in that city, and there was no lord somewhere that said you had to be on the field out there. It's really interesting history.
Councillor Payne.
The other thing I want to bring forward is how over the course of this, it looks like 3 women out of the entirety have achieved this award. So that's why I think not only that colonial aspect, but the equity and inclusion part is something. And I don't know how we achieve that. I know there's some historical trying to think of the word, that maybe just was the way it was back in 1947. I wasn't alive then, but I think it merits. I think it merits more work, and I'm sort of thinking now that maybe this isn't the award. Maybe there is a different award, and I don't know what's out there, but I'm sure we know lots of people who could help us find out.
Well, and I guess at the end of the day, we don't have to give out awards. I mean, there's I'm just thinking of what Councillor Pinero was just saying, that, it's just that this has been on the books. And I discussed this at a previous time when I had a meeting with the Cultural Development Officer in regards to the new presentation that we have for a person within arts and culture who has a substantive portfolio of work that they've achieved in a lifetime, that will be a recognition that will be given out, not necessarily every year, but to look at that outstanding contributions. So this is another award that potentially is not just in one silo, but could be given to somebody that's done a lot of contributions, but we don't have to have it. One of the options there is to actually take it right off the books. Councillor Payne.
So if we take it right off the books and then find something else, we can somehow, or the next council can propose that as one of the possible action items to be looked at as we go forward. Because I agree with you, the way this has been changed so that it's not specifically volunteer, there are a number of segments of our community that don't have anything in particular, like business, not-for-profits, social services. Many of those have had city-changing events and contributors. Pardon me? Healthcare, that's what I mean. So there's lots of areas where exceptional service has been provided to the city. that has definitely changed the needle and made it a better place to be.
And when I look at this, I mean, there's a lot of men here, but I mean, some of these, like, talking about healthcare, I mean, Dr. Morrison got this award. I mean, we've had sports, Ernie Gare won because of his contribution to sports. Joan Reichard, got her award because of her contribution to the social service sector. Like, in terms of these people's names that are on here, a lot of them come from a lot of sectors that you've just, listed, Councillor Payne, Sean Lamb, obviously, arts and culture. I would see, like, you know, Sean Lamb got this award. I would see Sean Lamb would have probably been a candidate for the new CDC award, the new cultural award. So anyways, we've got a motion on the table to adopt the amended freedom of the city policy. Do we want to take a vote and people can vote that however they want and then we can try another motion, or? Yeah, so calling the question on the resolution as it appears. All those in favor? And opposed, and that carries. So there we go. So that carries, and we can leave it to the next. Just that you've all heard my thought before, and that was the fact that I thought that perhaps this would be something that a council, because of the fact that you don't want to give this out every year because you're looking for special people. And we're looking for all of those things in regards to equity and gender diversity and everything else that a council would, like, a council might pick one in a term. So that maybe you would look at this award being given out every 4 years. I think we're a little bit late in our term here. But I think that would be something that where you'd wanna bring it back so that we didn't amend this and then all of a sudden we dropped it off the plate again and then it, 10 years from now, somebody goes, oh, do we need to adopt that or adjust it? Councillor Page.
Do we maintain a physical plaque somewhere of these? And I've just missed it? Like the registry, I know it's probably a book somewhere, but like, looking at that list, it feels like it's embedded.
I don't think we have a formal registry. This is, the other thing is, I don't think there's anything formal that we've kept that I've found in a record trying to look in the city.
Installation somewhere or something at the archive. I think that probably is the kind of thing to go in
Mayor,
the list to say, where do we put this particular award? Where do we keep track of it? Where do we honor that we've given this?
Yeah, the mayor suggested, maybe like even our wall of former mayors and councillors, maybe doing a kiosk that, lists all those people that are our sports ambassadors, cultural ambassadors, freedom of the city. So, there's if you're interested in that, there's a place, certainly we can put it on our webpage and stuff, but maybe when you come into City Hall, if you're interested in who the mayor was in 1907, that you can just go to the kiosk and find out some of the, those important people recognized in our community over the years.
Yeah, there could be little posters on the other side of the years that they were chosen.
Yeah.
But even just to modernize the wall we have, I was talking to him about the fact that we would get that on some kind of like touch screen or whatever, and you could look, cause as much as, they're getting old and tired out there, there are a lot of people that come down, I see them all the time, it's like, my grandfather was a city councillor and they wanna go and find the picture way down the hall, so people do stop and look when the children come in to visit city council, they're like, look at all those old people.
Mustaches.
So they do seem, but we could modernize how we present all of that stuff, so there's lots of options on how we can do it when we get there. So now we're moving on to pickleball, and they're not getting the freedom of the city.
They're not, oh darn.
I think they're gonna be really upset.
It's not as
I'm gonna be getting,
unilaterally.
there is gonna be emails tomorrow to the mayor.
Golden pickle.
Yes. So 12C, local pickleball players have asked council to consider improved pickleball facilities at Lakeside Park, including permanent courts over the longer term. Staff recommend purchasing 2 temporary net systems for the 2 tennis courts already marked for pickleball. This approach addresses current demand while preserving existing tennis and basketball use and maintaining the flexibility of the court area. So we all heard them come. Councillor Lochtenberg, are you moving?
I'll move the option number 2 actually. But because I also wanna ask questions about it, I'm not sure if it's the best approach, but it's something, if it is the best approach, that's the one I'd like to move,
Okay,
which is,
is there somebody that wants to second? So option 2, just for everybody, is that remove the tennis net adjacent to the basketball area and install 2 permanent pickleball courts and nets. Is there a seconder for that? And maybe if there's no seconder, you might just get to ask your question and,
yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Maybe it was better to ask it beforehand, but.
okay, I'm not seeing a seconder, so I think you're going, I'm gonna give you the,
Okay, so my question is, the taking up and putting down of nets is potentially an unnecessary hassle if cause my read from the community is I keep getting surprised at how many pickleball players there are. The tennis has already quite a bit of options, and it sounded like from what I heard that there's more demand for pickleball at that spot than there is even for tennis. Is that the case?
I wouldn't say that we've found that.
And so you talk.
Or is it, I mean, in part,
yeah,
partially,
talk
the
to
thing
me.
you'd have to do to read demand is, I mean, if there's not the option, then the demand's not gonna
Yeah.
be there, but if it was, would the demand be there? My read had been that it probably would be, like, if
I
it's
think
there,
there's
it
a
would get
demand
used.
for.
Yeah, I think that's been, like, we hear that.
Yeah,
To your
that's-
point, they don't really have an option to play down there with the exception of the few that have access
Yeah,
to the temporary nets that are there now.
yeah,
I would just differentiate that, a couple items maybe to help color the picture that we've tried to draw in this report thus far. One is that the nets that we are looking at are a higher grade net than what is currently stored in the box down there that some of the winter club members have access to.
Yeah.
And they're actually on rollers, so it'd be very easy to slide them into place and then have a
Okay.
court
Yeah,
going.
Okay.
take up, take down.
Yeah, they're just,
okay.
you slide them over, lock the casters, boom, you have a real high-end tournament level net and court available.
right. And you
So-
would want to lock them away? Like, would that be part of the idea?
Well,
that's
we
actually-
would secure them, so we've talked about that obviously in operations, cause this is, an asset that would be sitting there. So we lock each night our crews go around and lock certain things. Historically, we haven't locked the tennis courts, but we can.
Okay,
And because they'd be constructed and longer, that would be the first step that we would take. We'd also explore options if we can just lock them against the fence and then they stay, put and don't get messed around.
Yeah.
So we'll be exploring options, but we do feel like there are options to try and keep it secure. Obviously, somebody who's really motivated can figure things out, right? So I just, wanna say that as far as sliding them into place, that is actually quite an easy proposal with these nets. And moreover, you get to then take advantage of 2 courts, cause there's actually pickleball lines painted on 2 of the 3 tennis courts. And so if one was being played on and one wasn't, then you could move it to either as opposed to having just one single
Yeah.
or 2 courts on 1 court, right?
Right.
As well, and this is probably something that I should have written better in option number 2, is, we've said remove the tennis net adjacent to the basketball area. There is possibility that you could move that to the middle court to have pickleball, because there is basketball nets on either end of the tennis court that would ultimately be shut down if you're playing pickleball. You can't really play basketball when somebody's playing tennis there anyways, but when there's tennis, the net's in the middle, you have more of a half court to play basketball, right?
right,
So if, we could, if council did wanna go the permanent route, then we could look at that middle court, and then it would, because one of the things that staff really wants to maintain down here is the multi-use of the facility. And having those options, so we feel like having the tennis courts there, it's great. If you wanna play tennis, you can play tennis. With 2 of the 3 courts, you can put the pickleball nets in and you'd have, 2 courts available there, plus then we also maintain the basketball nets on either end.
yeah,
All of this is, generally in mind to see how this works, see how it goes. We do believe that there's demand. I think that's pretty clear for anybody who's talked to anybody about this. Well, there's an opportunity to work on what is this sort of more longer term solution, which is that you'll see at the end of the report in the attachment, there's actually the resident proposal for permanent courts, right? So gives us time to do some thinking about where those possibly could be.
okay,
We're really focused on keeping green space down at Lakeside.
Yeah.
So be somewhere else, but that's more color for the picture.
If I may have a follow-up question to that.
Sure.
So part of what as I was thinking this through that I could see conflict, cause you know, when I played tennis years ago, there would be situations where you're in line waiting for a court. And if you've got the mix of pickleball and tennis, you can imagine a scenario where some tennis players are playing and behind them is the pickleball, so they come onto the court, they take over the net, and then, do you know what I mean? And then you've got like a weird dynamic there where then the next people wanna play tennis, or those guys then go back in line to play tennis, then the net has to be moved away and then the tennis has to be set up. It just seemed unnecessarily complex if both of them would be in active use anyways.
Well, we can look at, I think the portable net piece is, like, that's a high quality, just as good of an option as a permanent net there.
Yeah.
So, then you could designate the middle courts as pickleball.
Yeah.
And, and tennis is on the other two courts, and if there's basketball, tennis would have to share with basketball. So I think there's some options around reducing that conflict. That certainly has come up as, are we gonna create conflict as someone, like person, two teenagers are playing basketball and screws up the tennis players and pickleball players, and so that would be definitely something we're monitoring is this working? We have a vision of multi-purpose ideal in the ideal world, but if it just creates conflict, then I think the portable nets still give you options to say, okay, well, we're just gonna designate this pickleball, it's not moving, we'll take down the tennis court net and it's a pickleball's
I think
court, right?
And the idea of that multi-use and like overcoming those challenges is like an important part of shared space like that too, right? So that, it's not one camp, tennis camp and the pickleball camp, and they're all just staring at each other, right? It's like, well, work it out. This is what public access is all about.
Yeah, no, for sure. I just can just imagine scenarios where you get this lineup of pickleballers and then there's one tennis group in the middle of four groups of, and they come on and they move everything out and it's just like, anyways, but I trust you guys.
I think it's
Work it out.
sort of working now. Like, not only is there people that are in club that have the portable net down there that they can set up, but there's also people that bring their own nets down there and play, and then there's also people that will play over top of the tennis nets.
And I think it speaks to this is really intended to keep it multi-use by groups sometime, the city's to discuss with us about a longer term solution.
Sounds good.
And the key here is it's free. This is public space.
Yeah, totally.
Not everybody can belong to the tennis club. And we heard not everybody can afford to belong to the pickleball club. I've got Councillor Page and then I've got Councillor Tate.
Okay, I'm good with whatever's flexible. That multi-use piece is important, and we had mentioned RDCK staff had already been given some direction to look at having some additional equipment at the paddle center. This is gonna be complementary or instead of, so just to keep that, just to share that for those of us who were at Rec 5 will have heard it, but not maybe everybody else. And the basketball courts are so well done and the lighting is so good. And I would be curious when it comes to those tennis courts, if we can improve some of the light fixtures there. If we're spending $6,000 on equipment, and if there's gonna be any kind of improvement on lines. As we go into a future season, they're quite superior fixtures on the basketball side of things, which both from a lighting quality perspective, from a height perspective and how they light the court. I just think it's more comfortable when we get into this kind of season, which is a lot of the year, quite honestly, at the start and the end of the season, just to improve those lighting, have one kind of consistent.
Yeah, there's some improvements that have been identified for the lighting down there, such as having it on a timer, right?
Yep.
So that you can actually turn it on and then it goes off and we aren't just bathing everything in light when there's nobody playing. So,
Also good, yeah.
yeah, we have some electrical work to do down there, so that's something that we've discussed in the past.
Councillor Tate?
Thanks so much. In my recollection, after that big windstorm, there was quite a large private donation to repair the tennis courts, and I just wanted to make sure that we were looping those folks in if there were any permanent changes being made, just to have those conversations, because I think that they were, well, you know, I'm open to the multi-use. I'm a big fan of multi-use, but just making sure that perhaps there's some discussions that can be had there as well. Am I misremembering?
Well, there's, just to be clear, yes, there was a donation, but the city did put in substantial money as well, so
Okay,
just
okay,
a private individual.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good, just to, and maybe just have a quick email, hey, just
Yeah.
if there was permanent changes being made, I'm not sure what would be the standard, and likely we've never encountered that before, but boy, for every policy, there was a reason, right?
Yeah, we've discussed that, Councillor Tate. And to the city manager's point, while we really appreciate the support provided by the family, you know, and this, we did have just sort of cursory discussions with them about this, and you know, I think that this temporary solution would fit with, you know, their perspective on it. But you know, at the end of the day, it is a public asset, and so needs to be managed for the public. And that's sort of where we landed on that discussion, but we certainly had it internally.
Yeah, oh, I agree, it's a public asset. I just would be curious if people were to find out, like, through a newspaper article or some kind of Facebook post, it might feel a little bit weird when there's just an opportunity just to do that outreach, but it sounds like that's already done, so yay, thanks.
Yeah.
Councillor Pate?
I'm interested, is there any way that or how do we monitor use at that site?
Yeah, formally, we don't,
I
you
guess
know.
we could create like when you go for a hike, we could put a register in there and ask people to sign up on there.
Something like that. You know,
Is there anything illegal about putting a camera there that would just flick on every time somebody was using it?
Privacy thing.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, I'm not saying to take,
Yeah.
I hear
I
ya.
mean,
Yeah,
like,
like
if
some
there's
easy way to count it
some
or.
easy
yeah.
way to, like, when you drive down the road and there's a thing on the road and you go over, so maybe, I don't know, I think we're making decisions without complete information. I understand there is a strong need in the community and this sounds like a great temporary solution. I'd also be interested to know if 60,000, so a $30,000 net, if there's two of them, right?
6,000.
$3,000 or $6,000 for the two.
Sorry. Wow, obviously read that one wrong.
Yep.
Yeah, will they be able to be reused at some permanent site or will they always just be?
The quality that we're getting, yeah, they'd definitely be able to be reused or continue to be an option down there if the permanent site arises, you know, just to have those. And you know, this is something that we've been talking about for a while down there, and so staff has been paying attention, I guess you would say, so just anecdotal you know, evidence about who's using it, and they do find that it's, you know, quite often, like, tennis is quite busy down there. Pickleball does get played, you know, to Councillor Lockenberg's point too. You know, you'd probably see even more pickleball if there were two nets set up there. But it's something that we'll certainly be watching as we go. And as far as getting those statistical counts, aren't really built for that right now, and we'll have to put some thought to it to try and understand how much use it would see.
Yeah, I wanna make sure we're investing where
Wisely, yeah.
Yeah, I
to
think
use our
wise,
funds
yeah.
where we're serving the greatest number of the population to meet the best and highest value. My last question is, do we have a ballpark of what the two permanents would cost? Maybe that's where I
About
got
same.
the $60,000.
No, but on the court,
No, I'm saying to put in two permanent
Probably.
pick.
it's about the same. Yeah, we ran the numbers. So And realistically, these nets are less expensive. The ones that we found were $2,000 a piece.
I don't mean permanent nets, sorry, I'm asking the wrong question.
Oh, pickleball
When,
courts.
at some point in
Oh,
time, when we
yeah.
do the work to find
Yeah.
out where we're going to put permanent pickleball courts,
Less.
do we have a ballpark figure
No,
of?
it would be higher than that, and
Yeah,
it would be
That's what
find
I'm,
grant funding
that's what I'm
type
thinking of, 60,000,
scenario.
okay.
Yeah, I did reach out to CBT and they have funded a number of pickleball courts across the region.
It just
latest
did in
was-
Revelstoke for 180,
Yeah,
I
latest
think.
was Revelstoke at 182,000.
Okay, so more than 60.
So I don't know where you got
200,000,
60
I don't know
180,000.
either, I'm still trying to
Yeah.
figure it out.
And that's probably, well, and I think that was a bigger project in Revelstoke. It might not have just been pickleball courts, but
Okay,
Yeah, they might add other stuff there, but I think
it's
you're
gonna
in
be
that.
site specific.
yeah, I mean, I think this is really just the beginning.
Yeah.
This is a sport that we know is on the
Substantially
rise.
growing.
So this is I think this is a great initial move to make that available.
Yeah.
But we definitely need to move forward whenever, but I'm sure the next council will be talking about it.
So let's give it a try to get a resolution on the floor. So,
I think we moved it. Oh, we did.
No, we haven't,
Second.
because,
I'll move the main motion.
okay, and is there a seconder? Councillor Payne, so Councillor Page,
The council directs staff to purchase 2 temporary pickleball net systems for use at Lakeside Park tennis courts. And they use
Okay.
the Lakeside Park courts.
it's been moved and seconded.
Good question.
Should we add for a budget of up to $6,000?
Up to, yeah.
What if they cost more than that?
I think we've scouted them.
Yeah.
They're
$2,000 a piece, we think. It's just a matter of whether we can get them and whether costing will shift. That was being conservative.
yeah, I saw two, between 2 and 3 that you can get high quality.
And is the mover fine with just adding up to $6,000?
That's fine. It's
Okay,
friendly. Super friendly.
okay, that's great then. So you have a question still?
Just cause thinking of cricket, thinking of some of the other stuff, is this the solution, or we've run this solution past pickleball, or the people who've advocated for pickleball, or at least before we go do a buy?
I've had some informal discussions.
Something a little bit more.
No, they want to, they wanna start here. They're really what their goal is to have permanent courts in Nelson. They would like to dedicated nets as their first option, but as it's the GM and I said the quality of these nets are equivalent to the quality of a permanent net. We need to, I think you have to be open if in the event there is conflict and it's not working, then I think you can still achieve. You don't need a permanent net to achieve that. You could just designate a court as permanent pickleball, take the tennis net down, and then it would be a pickleball court, right? So I don't think you're gonna lose.
I hear all that.
Yeah.
I would just like us to circle back with the group before we pull a trigger on a particular equipment, just see what the surface is.
Yeah, we'll go back to them in terms of what net they would
Maybe
recommend.
we buy 1, we see how it works, maybe the second year we buy 2.
No, I think you want 2. If one court, they definitely asked for 2.
Yeah, you'd just be wasting a cord if you didn't do
Yeah.
two.
Okay, fair enough, I just want us to circle back, I don't want it to
We will,
be installed, show up, and then someone who's actually playing pickleball be like, well, it really should have been
yeah,
this other product, or
we definitely have communicated that we will talk to the folks that are the experts in this field of what they would recommend as the best net, I guess.
Can I ask one more question before we vote? Is that okay?
Yeah, sure, I could be here all night.
I just wanna push you just a little bit more to make sure that I'm imagining this right. These nets, cause it's not in the agenda package, these nets would be just out, right? Like they would be.
They're on permanent rollers.
Yeah,
So
permanent
you
rollers.
push them off the court if
And
you're
they're
playing
kind
tennis.
of rolled up and you would kind of
No,
extend.
no,
No,
They're just like
they're like this.
this. and you just kind of roll
Just
them
up
around.
against the fence, yeah, put them up against the fence, they have it like crank
Okay.
tensioner, like a winch tensioner,
Okay,
so they're like, yeah, they're very,
so really quick,
They're-
you
they-
just
yeah.
slide it in,
Just
slide
roll
it
them
out.
on.
slide it in, lock the casters, and they're like tournament level, the ones that we've scoped out are tournament level, like, you know,
Right.
Regulation.
yeah.
But then the other thing is, wouldn't you have to take down the tennis net?
It actually keeps the
The
balls
tennis
from going
actually-
between,
You don't
It splits
run
the
back
two
into it
courts.
or anything?
no,
No, it splits the two, well, there's enough room between them.
Okay, so it's not a danger to be like
No,
running back and then
it's
bang
actually,
into a net.
well, you have that in pickleball anyway, you have
Yeah.
a fence or a wall in
Great.
pickleball
not
already.
a lot of movement necessarily.
Not a lot of
It's not like tennis, like you're.
Well, there's a lot of movement.
Yeah.
But not that
But,
kind,
yeah.
not
Well,
that
you
much.
have,
Got it.
you already have that barrier, you have a fence and the ones up there.
Sure, okay,
There's a
great.
fence behind you, right?
Yeah, that sounds,
And Mary Hall, there's a wall behind you.
yeah, no, that.
There's enough room.
Sounds like you guys got it
yeah.
figured out.
Yeah, there's enough room for that space.
Okay, the motion's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And opposed? And that carries. Okay, moving on to 12D, the Civic Centre. So this is our interim risk mitigation strategy. Council's being asked to confirm its policy direction to continue operating the Civic Arena and indoor soccer facility as important community recreation assets while long-term capital planning and funding efforts continue for future facility upgrades. Council is also being asked to adopt the roof monitoring and risk mitigation program as the framework used to manage winter roof load risks and support safe occupancy of both facilities. The program establishes monitoring, inspection, record-keeping, operational response measurements, communication protocols, and authority for temporary restrictions or closures when warranted by conditions. This approach is consistent with the facility strategy and asset management principles discussed with council during the 2026 budget process, while recognizing that aging facilities may continue to operate where risk can be appropriately monitored and managed while long-term renewal or replacement solutions are planned and funded. The recommendation balances public and employee safety, community recreation needs, surface continuity, responsible asset management, and financial stewardship. So we have a report there. We talked about this in previous seasons. And there is a recommendation there.
I'll move the recommendation.
Councillor Lockenberg, is there a seconder of the recommendation? Councillor Pinero. Councillor, any discussions?
I just wanna, you have the engineering report. It's, and we just wanna be clear that certainly the structural engineer said that roof is so underbuilt at current snow loads, even though there's no sign of distress at the present time, that they weren't comfortable of saying you can just keep monitoring it and not address it. So the strategy is an interim strategy. We will apply for grants to do the structural upgrade.
Civic Arena,
Pardon?
on the Civic
On the arena.
On the arena. So we just want to be clear that everyone is aware that certainly the engineer developed what the monitoring program looks like, and including inspections each year, but certainly has identified that they couldn't sign off on that's a permanent solution.
Okay, seeing nobody's hand up.
Councillor Tate.
Sorry, I have a question.
Thank you so
I-
much.
Thanks. So do I understand correctly that the program is that mitigation plan from 2024, and we're just reaffirming our approval of that program, or is there a new, differently documented program?
No,
Okay,
yeah, it's from 24, and then we used that one,
Yeah.
updated it for the soccer facility after that.
okay,
Assessment was completed, so.
Yeah.
Same broad strokes process of monitoring, have threshold depths of snow that we monitor for when it gets near those. We consider what our actions are when they hit those thresholds, or just before they do, we close the facility to all personnel. Significantly exceeds, then we will do a more thorough inspection prior to reopening the facility. Those same basic tenets are there from the 2024 plan. And this
Yeah.
is getting council to, have this be a council policy.
Okay, is it written, is there a policy written down somewhere? I'm just trying to understand the attachments, honestly. It'll be an internal document and it's not written yet, it's gonna be based on that 2024 one and extended to the soccer pitch. But it's not actually it's not actually in these documents, the new program.
Well, we are just using the existing program,
Perfect,
20.
gotcha. Okay, so the 2024 one, we're just reaffirming that and extending it to the soccer.
Yes, we are to
Okay.
care for council. This is, the Marchie case would be a good example of why we are here, so that this isn't a staff decision or couldn't be conceived to be a staff decision to operate like this. So this,
Okay,
we are looking for council to provide direction to staff to use this approach to manage the facilities in lieu of, until we are able to upgrade the Civic Arena roof. And, the report speaks to it, but the engineering report for the soccer center came back and did not recommend an upgrade. It did identify that it was underbuilt to today's, compared to today's snow loads, but that it doesn't show any signs of stress and there, has performed sufficiently over its lifetime. So there was not that recommendation for an upgrade that there was on the Civic Arena. We still operate them in the same manner to, ensure safety of participants and staff. But this is the route going forward, and staff is looking for council to direct us and essentially make.
thank you. And so would it be the case then that if this decision was approved, then there would be a new actual policy with a policy number, or just this agenda item, this is how we do it, this is our approach, here's our rationale, council approved it? I'm just curious.
Just to clarify, you are approving that mitigation plan for the Civic Arena, so
Yeah.
it's the, I guess for a lack of a formal policy, that is your policy on how we're going to manage this building, and I agree, I think we should formalize it in an actual policy that is adopted by council. So for now, that is your policy, and we'll formalize it into a proper policy so it's clear. It should not be unclear.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no, Councillor Page.
Sorry. Right now, as the language is, we're just contemplating how we're gonna set direction for future funding and long-term capital planning for the roof itself, but there needs to be a strategic plan about the investment in the building completely, or at least that side of it. So it's like, how do we decide long-term what we're doing with the improvements, from everything to change rooms to outside facades to reinforcement if there's solar panels on the roof, to like, I'm throwing some lobsters out on the table, both as serious and unserious pieces. Like, what is the contemplation of that footprint long term? If this is gonna be here for 100 years, even the conversations about the allocation we do with rec that is used to basically define costing for rental fees is potentially not sufficient to put this building anywhere after 25 years where we could really make the investments. It means it's still an asset 80 years from now. If it's the last historic heritage arena that's still in operation of its kind, what is the very long-term plan for it? And before we're looking for $12 million to replace a roof.
Well,
I'm just hoping
at this point, in your facility plan that you adopted, this building would be just maintained, would not be improved. So that's the current plan. If you wanna change that, then you've shown, what the implications over the 10 years. Once we get past that 10 years, we start to hopefully generate enough funds to start to renew buildings, and you'll have to, this building can be in the mix of it. So realistically, over this next 10 years, unless there's a change in funding, i.e. Significantly more taxation from some party or a large grant, then you're maintaining this building as is, and we're dealing with, you know, those structural components of the building, you know, HVAC, roofs, in this case, some structural deficiencies, but again, this is contingent on getting a grant for those structural deficiencies, so we're trying to buy some time. In 10 years' time, unless something's changed in that 10-year period, then we're going to maintain this building as is, hopefully get a grant to you know, deal with the roof, and that gives you capacity to decide what you wanna do going forward.
I support where we're at right now. I support affirming the policy. I support buying some time, but in the subsequent years of us buying time,
Yeah.
you know, is it interesting to maybe have an arena foundation if the community wanted to form one? Could we contemplate how we might set forward a garden path for that to happen, where we're not necessarily chasing the cost, but if the community starts to show up and is able to contribute some sort of meaningful, we're able to match or more effectively match and have a longer term vision for it, as opposed to waiting the 25 years it'll take to get on the front side of our $80 million capital liabilities that we have. Before we just fix this one big thing and chase one grant for one thing, I'd like to know where the building is going, and I'd like to think about how we enable that.
Yeah, I think that's it doesn't take very long for 10 years to go by, so you know, we just start contemplating what the future of this building is. We're buying time at the present time, and part of buying time is the engineer said we need to actively be searching for grants for this, and or you need to, they're not willing to sign off, and you're looking at bigger risk if there was an event there, and you got an engineer that said, we said this was not a permanent solution, and you, as council, chose to just ignore my advice and try to make an interim strategy a long-term strategy, and recommend that. And we're not engineers, but I guess what gives us some comfort is we're not seeing any or the engineers wasn't seeing any structure or stress on that structure, but they also pointed out there's been failures elsewhere with similar type of under live load conditions in other places. I think Prince George had a failure, Cranbrook had a failure, so yeah, these are, they're not just making things up, they can fail.
I get that.
Okay, seeing no other hands, I'm gonna try this again. Councillor Tate, there are no hands. Okay. Yeah, so it's been, the recommendation has been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you, everybody. And now we are on to, I think, reports, minutes, and reports. So we do minutes first.
We'll move receipt.
And so Councillor Lockenberg has moved receipts of the Nelson Public Library Board and the Nelson Housing Committee. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Pinero. Any concerns, questions regarding either of these two sets of minutes? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded for receipt of information. All those in favor? Opposed? And that carries. Moving on to reports. So I'm gonna go slowly through this because last time I asked and we had it all passed and then people wanted to pull out. So seeing items 1 through 5, is there any of those items that anybody wishes to remove from the information items report at this time? Councillor Payne, what are you looking to remove?
So if I have questions on them, I need to remove them.
Yes, so which, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
3 and 4.
3 and 4.
You're saying of 1 to 5.
Oh, 1 to 5, so hopefully you're looking at the same thing I am, development services, corporate services, corporate services council agenda.
No. I'm in correspondence, but
So you're in item
Three.
number 3,
no, 3
corporate
then, I guess.
services,
Yes.
you wanna set that aside, okay. So then if I could ask for a motion to receive for information's item 1, 2, 4, and 5. Moved by Councillor Lochtenberg, is there a seconder? Moved by Councillor Pinero. One more chance, everybody's okay? So we're gonna move 1, 2, 4, and 5 for information. All those in favor? And that carries. Okay, item 3, corporate services, council correspondence has been requested to be removed for further discussion. Councillor Payne.
Number 3, invitation to the Kootenai Tourism Summit. I'm just assuming that there will be a staff member attending that event. Just wanna-
That's probably something more Nelson Kootenai Lake.
Tourism would go to?
Or something, we don't, I've attended, I know they had one in Roslyn that I attended, but there's not a natural staff person that would go to this. Probably
No.
either tourism or economic development might send somebody.
And I'm just interested in number 4, the Dutch elm disease survey, which was completed in the first couple of weeks of. Do we know when we'll see the results from that?
No, and I actually sent earlier today an email to operations to say, hey, I never really did see anyone around, and have we heard back? So when I hear back, I'll let you know, or yeah.
And other than the newsletter, I didn't really see a communication. Was that the one part in that correspondence said there would be a communication out to folks in case people asked us what those guys were doing, but so the newsletter was it? Okay. Yes?
The Dutch elm, are you speaking of the Dutch elm?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's,
The newsletter, yeah, and then cause that was coming via the province.
And the link didn't work in the newsletter. I guess that's why it was problematic for me.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we didn't get any requests, we didn't get any emails. about
No,
the-
I didn't see anybody, I'm just wondering whether or not, I'd be interested to see whether you got your reply back, and
Mhm.
this ministry's been very busy in terms of fire and work that they're doing, and maybe they weather-wise didn't quite get here, so,
The consultant they had to hire.
yeah.
Cause they got in touch with us back in 24 saying they were gonna
Yeah.
be coming around,
Yeah.
and they've
And I know I talked to
26,
invasive
so they made it.
species about this like 2 years ago,
Yeah.
that Dutch elm, because we
And there's
do
something-
want to know, because we have a lot of Dutch elms here, and it would make a big difference in a couple of our parks if we suddenly had to start cutting down the trees, because that's really the only mitigation for Dutch elm, if it takes hold, is to actually remove and destroy the tree in its totality. That's my understanding.
Okay, just wondering, so we don't know if they were here and we'll just wait until we get a report.
Okay, anything else?
Number 10, the letters to the federal and the provincial minister of housing, Gregor Robinson and Christine Boyle. Excellent letters, thank you very much. The only question that I have is when a letter like that goes out, it says a letter from mayor and council. But I don't remember seeing the letter prior to it going. So how does that work? Help me understand.
we have a policy. So unless it's asking for something or we are providing something, the policy says that it doesn't come to council, even though it may have the mayor or council signature on it.
Was this the one that came up through council
housing
page?
one?
Yeah,
No, this,
Which one?
was this different?
it covered a lot. It was an excellent letter. It
Well, I
covered.
think I think it came out of that and
Finish
Came out of that.
and
Came out
It
of
was a
council.
previous letter. Oh, about the housing fund.
Yeah, no, there's the housing fund one. This is the one that was about the fact that this is about the DDCs and the whatever, and so this was
So then it
driven by
did come
council.
from council is what you're
Yeah,
saying.
It came from council, the
It just
request
had
to have
a
the
lot
letter.
in it, as I say, it was great. Just
Yeah,
wanted to
we-
understand it, so it goes to the policy, that's the answer that I needed.
Yeah, and just to add some addition to that, they have reached out to us now to discuss further their ideas around this, so I think we're gonna meet the week of, I think the 31st or the 1st, we're gonna have a session with FCM to talk about what we were, what those ideas that we shared in that letter were.
Great, yeah, no, there was a lot of really valuable information shared and requested, so I hope that will move forward. And I did have one more piece of correspondence that wasn't in the package. Do I have to ask about that at a separate time?
Well, none of us,
Everybody got it. It was one of the, 2 mayor and council ones.
That's not on here?
Well, it wouldn't, they're not.
It was one of the email ones, like I'm
There's
still
not-
trying to
they're not
sort
on.
out the.
They're not on here right now.
So I guess that's what I'm trying to understand. So what I have been noticing, which we discussed this evening, earlier today, is that letters that used to just come to us, and I'm not sure where they went if we weren't reaching out, and then they started to get responded to because they were operational and it was from staff and we were getting copies of that. So this is one that I didn't see a response to, so I'm just trying to understand if it was responded to. How do I do that?
We probably need to, at this point, right now, connect with either myself, one of the three of us, and figure out, probably me, since I'm responsible for correspondence, and we can have a conversation about it.
Okay.
It may have been followed up on, I don't
Right.
even know, and you may not have been CC'd on it to date.
And the reason that I ask is when people send their correspondence, as we know, they're hoping that we'll take some action on it. So we seem to, I believe action is being taken on many of these things, which is great. But if I don't know that and somebody else asks me, it's harder to, then all of a sudden it's email here and email there and go there.
And I think
So the
that's,
CCing is really optimal.
So that was the sort of the discussion maybe after you left, is how do we create a system that that you're aware of that, and there's discussion from, do we just create a sort of give you access to, to that database, for lack of a better word, that if you're interested, you can go have a look. If Councillor
And we
Page
have
is,
been getting a lot of those emails. We've been getting a lot of those emails of the responses for the last maybe 2.5 months, I think.
that makes sense, yeah.
so
okay.
we're just looking at how we provide that information and streamline it.
So in this particular case, I can just forward this email to you and say, can I please see the response?
Or was there a response, or,
Yeah, we can
yes.
share that.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Okay, thank you. That's all I brought it for, so I can understand. And that was, I knew there was a presentation, but I didn't have all the details, so. That's it for me in correspondence. Thank you very much. There was a lot there.
So Councillor Page is moving item, Councillor Payne is moving item 3. Is there a seconder for receipt of information? Councillor Lochtenberg. So all those in favor of item 3, for receipt of information, and that carries. Thank you, everybody. So, and yeah, great. So moving on, minutes, reports, notices, motion, late items. Item 16, resolution to closing the meeting to the public. It is of the opinion of the council that the public interest requires that persons other than members of council and staff and any approved audiences be excluded from this meeting, and that the special closed meeting of council continue under sections 91 C, D, and G of the community charter to deal with matters related to the following: labor relations, security of municipal property, litigation or potential litigation affecting the municipality. Is there a mover? Moved by Councillor Page, seconded by Councillor Lochtenberg. Councillor Page, you have a question?
We have a e-scooter update in the agenda. No
No, that
reports?
was in the.
It was in the reports,
It was in the correspondence.
Or is that meant to
In
be?
the correspondence?
Oh, that's meant to be in.
No, it was number 5 as well.
it was number 5 in the, that we passed.
Okay, great. No, it just says memorandum, it says a memo from, I guess, the police.
Yeah, there was a whole bunch.
It looked like an agenda item. This
It's part of the.
correspondence package.
Are you,
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just, I saw it and I was wondering if this was like meant to be for a future agenda or just because it.
okay, so we've moved and seconded item,
Sorry, who seconded it? Sorry.
I did.
Council October.
Okay, thank you.
All those in favor,
And maybe we can
carries.
just order these so that some staff, we can do the
Yeah,
update on
that's-
shelter operations.
Yeah, can we, can we,
Go in
so it's been
camera.
moved and seconded, everybody's in favor that we're gonna move in camera. Can we let her off and then we'll, start the agenda and reorder as necessary?
So I'm going to, I just.
Stand up.
Yeah, I'm going to stand up. I'm going to go to the washroom.